All right. North Smithfield Town Council meeting, December 15th, 2025. Madam Clerk, can you start us with prayer and the pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in a fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
Here.
Mr. Christopherow?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Here.
Mr. Punchak?
Here.
Ms. House?
Here. Open forum pursuant to 42-46-C, dash 6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. Did anyone sign up? How are you? I put your name down.
My name.
This is if you want to speak. I'm going to say he wants me to say something. It's kind of funny, actually. Do we speak at the end? Do we speak at the end? You'll speak at the beginning. Anyone else want to sign up for open forum? It's just for open forum and then general. Anyone? Maggie Newton.
Good evening. Usually I would reserve, Maggie Newton, 47 Summit Ave. I would reserve this for open comment, but I have a 1-year-old that has a strict bedtime, and 10 p.m. is not really a great bedtime for a 1-year-old. So I just wanted to give my comments on the current zoning overlay change, and this is coming from myself and my husband, Kevin Newton. I am urging the town council to vote no on the zoning overlay change. Through multiple meetings on this topic and hearing from fellow town constituents, the consensus is plainly, we don't want it. For years, this business has shown their flagrant disregard for the town's ordinances already in place, skating around the rules, and hasn't been held accountable. Even their lawyer mentioned that if this doesn't go through, nothing really changes as of the current status quo, which further shows us their arrogance and ignorance for ordinances. Our residents are held accountable when they break ordinances. Why isn't this business? The complaints of abutting neighbors and surrounding homeowners seems to go unanswered. Time spent listening to experts in this field that were hired by this company, not only a major conflict of interest, but further push the discussion of this matter out even further, while all the company continues to do is operate as usual. The town then hires GZA to come out and not to do their own independent study and testing, but just to review the information from the hired experts that we all heard from. A review is no good if you're not testing it. It's like audit 101. So I could sit at home and I could watch all of this unfold and I could not care of the outcome because it's not my neighborhood. It doesn't impact me at all. And that's the exact reason why I want to come here and stand up, because if it were my child that couldn't go outside because of fugitive dust on blasting day and I couldn't open my windows, I would pray that somebody else would stand up for us. If it were your children growing up next to this, how would you feel? So I would like to remind the council that you were elected to represent your town constituents, and they voted you in trusting that you'll make decisions that ensure preservation of public peace, health, safety, and comfort. And when the majority of your town constituents are begging you to protect their health, safety, and sanity, I beg you to listen to them. I beg you to put their lives and their well-being before whatever tax revenue the town is getting from material sand and stone. Thank you.
Jerrio? Dominic? Yeah. I don't live near Plain where the new material sand and gravel is, where the overlay is going. I live near the old material sand and gravel. My property that I live on backs up to that area. And this is just an example of what happens. Several years ago, my sister, who was living next door at the time, went to the airport, and she was going through security, and she was pulled out of line. And they took her in a room, they checked her bag, and they called the state police, and the state police came and questioned her. And they asked her what she did. She told them. They said, "You teach science?" She said, "No." So long story short is she was pulled out because they were blasting in the back. They no longer blast behind me, but they're going to blast in the overlay. So they let her go, and she had no clue what was going on until they finally told her, "We found explosives on your clothes." So when she was going through the security at the airport, it was picked up. So, she got to where she was going, she came home, and she talked to the state police again. So the only thing I can think of is I hang my clothes outside. And when they're blasting, that dust blows. And that's why she had blasting material on her clothes. They could even tell what kind of blasting material it was. They told her that the material was used a lot in England when they make bombs. It's a product of the bomb. So that's my little story. Thank you. Dominic, did you want to get up and speak? Or?
My name is Dominic Riganese, and I live at 2131 Providence Pike. I live there and also have a small business on the property. As I mentioned last time I was here, I'm 76 years old. I came to North Smithfield because it purported to be a very peaceful place. We have a lot of 17 acres. And I must have looked at the lot on a Sunday with the realtor because I did not realize from Monday through Saturday, all I hear is grinding and beeping of the trucks backing up, the grinding of the stone, and the smelling of the tar that's being produced. I can't even tell you that if this was my last frontier and last hurrah, that this is what I worked for since 9 years old to live, that I can only go out of my house on a Sunday because between Monday and Saturday, I cannot. I own a high-end gallery on the property. I have people from all over New England that come here, and one of the first things that they say is, "What's that sound? What's that smell?" Because you're in the woods and this is, God's paradise. Well, it may be God's paradise, but 1 mile from my property is a pit that has been dug out to ruin the beauty and the calmness of North Smithfield. And why I'm talking about it now is because you're thinking about doing it again. You made the mistake many years ago. Okay, shame on everybody. We all make mistakes. But now you're wanting to change the law again to allow blasting. And you heard from Mrs. Donatelli that there was actually gun smoke on the clothes. What better special intelligence is that from the airport versus these hired people that are skewed on their feelings because of where they're being paid? You don't realize, and you people should be responsible, that this is a great town. You have a great school, you have a great choir, you have great sports, but you don't have a great environment. And now you're thinking about making it even worse by having blasting go back into what was stopped here before. Now, I will say something good. I have met with one of the lawyers who works for Mr. Pezza, Tom Plunkett, and he actually cared, and he actually came to my property. I have invited Mr. Excuse me, to come to my property, but he has never shown up, so he can hear what I hear. I can't open up my windows in the summertime for smell and noise. But Mr. Plunkett did come, and he absolutely heard and smelled and saw what my wife and I live with, and my neighbor, Marilyn Ford. She's been here much longer. She's been here for 40 years. I've only been here for 16. He has promised or tried to work out solutions. They are trying to turn the beepers down. If anybody hears those beepers, they will make you cringe. As every time the truck backs up. Now, the people who work there don't know where the trucks are, then I would suggest you don't work there, because the only people who are there are the people who work there. I know it's an OSHA requirement, but OSHA can turn on down the dials. All I hear from 6:15, supposed to start at 7, but all I hear from 6:15 to 5 is those trucks backing up, intermittent with all the grinding. And then for flavor, we throw in the smell. So it's a great experience to be there. But Mr. Plunkett did say that they are trying to find OSHA's readings if they can turn it down. He's also trying to look at, because I had suggested along 128, they have these big planks to drown out the 128 noise from the people who live behind there. You can suppress that grinding noise if the owners want to do that. Again, nobody has showed up, so it goes on and on and on. I spent another summer. I have a pool. I don't go in my pool because I can't stand sitting out there. And now you want to expand this new property to blast, so you start all over again and reduplicate the mistake we made a long time ago. I don't get it. Mr. Plunkett seems to care. Nothing has happened yet, but I believe he's a good man and he's thinking. But I don't think the other lawyers that they have there, they're just looking for expert witnesses to purport what they're saying, which is just a bunch of baloney. Last time we were in this very room and some guy talked about the CDC. He had no idea what he's talking about. He was just concerned about going a 2.5 hour ride he had home. The airport security is the best intelligence you can hear, because he had nothing in the game. He only smelled smoke, and you're going to smell it again if you allow them to blast. All I ask, as she mentioned, we have elected you. We pay some of you to make this beautiful town to be what it's supposed to be. You don't bring in businesses that destroy it. And then the owners and the lawyers go home to their great properties, and we live here with the mess. Our wells are contaminated, our lungs are contaminated, our ears are contaminated, and it just goes on and on and on. And there is no empathy from this community, because we shouldn't be having this meeting today. It should have ended before. So let's learn a little tiny lesson from, one time we had a great coach in this area. We all love the Super Bowls that he won. May not be the most likable person in the world, but he was successful. But he was successful for one simple thing. He had 3 one-syllable words. That's all he purported. 3 one-syllable words, and he won 6 Super Bowls. And those 3 simple words is, do your job, okay? Do your job as a town administrator, as a committee, as everything. We cannot allow these kind of companies to come in this. I've been on the Economic Development Committee. We're trying to bring in clean industry. We should have done something when 146 was coming in from Woonsocket. We could have got that water while the roads were open. No, we'll let all that blow by us, and we're worrying about having this kind of business destroy the very ground we live on. I will say, shame on you if you let this go through, because this would be a travesty. I'm on my last 9, okay? But our children will be graduating from these schools, and maybe want to stay here. I got to live in this kind of environment, and this is a signature that shows North Smithfield what it is. Crushing rocks and ruining the roads and ruining the wells and ruining our noses and ruining the dust. Congratulations, as if you keep on doing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right.
Can I answer the gentleman?
This, where you're going to
Okay.
deliberate in a minute.
All right, old business discussion by council vote or other action on consideration of evidence regarding possible revocation of junkyard license for HT Auto LLC DBA Leo's Auto located at 955 Iron Mine Hill Road. 1, continuation of public hearing, and 2, discussion by council vote or other action. We have to reopen that.
I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Good evening, Town Council. Christopher Zangari for HT Auto LLC. We're here back from 2 weeks ago when we had a hearing on the same matter, and the council afforded my client the opportunity, 2 weeks exactly, to address some of the issues. We had a very productive meeting today at the site with Captain Labar and also Mr. Cody. They're here this evening, and I hope they'll tell the council what they observed, because I think you're going to find those very positive findings. As well, my client has addressed the issue of the signage. The next day, he had a commercial sign installed on the front of the property, which is very large and very clear. Also, there was, and I remember it was Councilor DeCurcifaro, you had concerns about the car crusher and potential oil that could be released. We have a letter from DEM. It's a very recent letter from December 11th, so last Thursday, which addresses, and I have copies for the council, which addresses those issues. They're actually closing their file. They found no oil leakage. They found no distribution of any type of effluent to any type of estuary. So I'll give those to the council if you'd like. I think you'll find that letter very helpful. The issues that were addressed 2 weeks ago, we can, if Mr. Cody would come up. Thank you, Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody, were you at the site today?
Yes,
And what did you observe?
he removed a great number of cars. Removed a substantial number of cars. I believe probably 200.
It's over 100 vehicles were removed.
100 vehicles.
Yes.
And I just want to remind everybody that when we met 2 weeks ago, we said at least 200 vehicles.
He said at least one, but I'll have my
Okay,
client come up and
thank
I'll tell you how many.
Before we go into this, can I just, is the fire marshal here?
He is.
Fire marshal, could you mind coming up, please?
Captain Labar, Fire Marshal for North Smithfield Fire Department.
Thank you. Could you just give us your summary of what you've seen over the last week or so before we get into the other
Absolutely.
part of it?
The last time we met was December 1st, right, excuse me. And I had done a follow-up inspection prior to the meeting, and then I reported back to the council. December 8th, I did another follow-up inspection, as well as December 11th. December 8th, my inspection to the property, I had noticed that there was quite a bit of activity going on, and it was actively being cleared per our request. Again, December 11th, on that day, had gone up there, and more removal had completed. Cars were being crushed and being removed at that time. And I spoke with the owner and told him that I would be back today, this morning, for, again, another follow-up inspection. When I arrived there this morning, I did notice that all the violations that I had given Mr. Torero were complete. Anything as far as the access and so forth from the front of the property to the back was satisfactory. It was well over the 20 feet that is required by NFPA code. I did random measurements throughout the access way, and they were all either 22 or above, 22 to 26 feet, which is well within the NFPA's standards. So at that point in time, I signed off on the violations, and at this point, he has no violation with the fire department.
So is that the main road down that you?
Correct, yes.
Now, how about the ones that we talked about in between, so there was space?
So he has started making access roads to the side, actually to both sides. He has actually a kind of a turnaround for us, which we did require in the violations. As you proceed down to the left, he has that all wide open. And then he has started making access roads to the right as well. So again, he has satisfied what we've requested, and he will continue to work on that as well throughout the future.
And I know we discussed the number of cars that were piled, so that has been.
He has reduced those as well, because the piles that he had as stacked as 3 high were the cars that were currently being ready to crush. So as he's crushing those, he is reducing that height as well.
Mhm.
So it's satisfactory to us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So can I ask you one more question? Sorry.
Absolutely.
So going forward, is there and I don't even know if you can do this or something you've ever done, but is there some sort of plan that you can come up with that would say that this property cannot have a maximum of so many cars to remain in compliance? Is that something that we could kind of figure
For
out?
NFPA, I cannot limit the amount of cars he has. No,
Okay,
unfortunately, no.
so you just can only limit the amount of space?
Correct, is the amount of space that gives us access to the property. That's all I can enforce at this time.
So by you signing off now, that was the deadline of January 20th that you had before you turned it over to the state? Is that?
Actually, it was later on this week. That was the deadline,
Oh.
was later on this week.
Okay.
So he's fallen within that deadline.
Okay.
Madam President, may I ask a question? Just a quick question. Had none of this taken place and you were just in the course of doing your job, you went and stopped by and you did an inspection, you would find no violations at this time?
Right now?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I was there this morning.
Thank you.
Right, you're welcome.
And one more question. What is the regular cadence of inspections to ensure that they're meeting fire code?
Right now is yearly. So
Yearly.
I usually follow up when his business license comes due.
Okay, and would there be any way, and I'm sure this has to be a discussion amongst the council, but to schedule maybe a more regular cadence of inspection
If
to
the-
ensure that he remains compliant?
If the council would like to instruct me to do that on a regular basis that you set, absolutely, I can do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just before we continue, we have 2 public hearings tonight, so if we can be done this topic by 8:15, so we can take a recess and then go into the next one and be done by 9:30.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez is here again, and he can tell you how many cars that have been crushed and been removed from the property.
Hi. We crushed about 150 cars, but we just removed 140 cars right now from my land.
So you're saying there's 290 less cars right now? from
Yeah, we
last
continue
meeting?
crushing. Even tomorrow, we have a schedule for 2 trucks.
And what's your plan moving forward?
Yeah, we continue cleaning. That's supposed to be because the company wants to leave the crusher in my place, and it's gonna be there for 3 months. And we continue cleaning. That's what we do. Continue cleaning the cars and crushing and take it out.
But didn't you say that you don't crush the actual people that own the crusher? So you're going to have someone on property for 3 months? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. They say they continue crushing.
It's actually on wheels. It's like a trailer, tractor trailer, and the crusher is on that,
portable.
so it's portable.
Portable truck.
So is it going to come and go, or is it just staying
No,
there?
they're gonna stay there to next year. If you say about March, we're gonna take it off.
So the crusher will remain on your property to continue to clean, to ensure that you're compliant with our code.
Yes.
What will your cadence of crushing be moving forward, since we determined in the last meeting, over the last 4 years, you've only had the crusher there twice, and the second time being as a result of the mandated request. So yes, it will be there for the next 3 months, but as just the nature of your business, cars will continue to come in and pile up. So will you establish a regular cadence of crushing moving forward?
The regular schedule.
Yeah, regular schedule, yeah. We're gonna continue crushing and, cars coming, it depends. Sometimes one car in 1 week can come in 5, another week can come in 20, it depends.
So it's almost like you would need to establish a threshold, and once you meet that threshold,
Yeah.
then the crusher would come in and you would remove
Yeah.
the cars
Yeah.
appropriately. I think that's something that we should also discuss in the event that this is something that we do want to move forward with or allow, that there needs to be a threshold that's established in order to ensure that the business owner is crushing in a regular fashion. That's my opinion. And then one more question,
Yeah, okay.
and I don't have the time to read through this right now. I want to dedicate my attention to the public hearing. But did anybody confirm with DEM or at least research the state regulations to understand if the crusher needs to be on a non-porous platform?
I actually saw the crusher today myself,
Mhm.
and it is, like I said, portable. Underneath the actual mechanism, there is, a large metal structure
Mhm.
that is almost a V shape, I assume that is to collect anything that falls out.
Okay.
Also, when talking with Mr. Hernandez, he does not crush engines. Those are sold either taken by part or sold wholly and shipped out intact.
Mhm.
He does not crush engines. Only the bodies get crushed. So there wouldn't be fluid or oil leaking out from the bodies. As the engine is taking out, the radiators are taken out.
Mhm.
Those are drained. He does have, you asked for the receipts, he does have the receipts
Mhm.
for the recycling company.
I should know this, but I don't. Gasoline. That, I mean, you put it in the
Yeah.
back of the car, so if the engine's
Yeah.
up front,
The gasoline is drained,
okay,
it is put in a holding tank, and they actually use it on site for the vehicles on site. So they recycle it in that sense.
okay. So every car essentially that comes to your property, all of the fluids are drained from that car prior to crushing, or prior
Yeah.
to storing and then potentially crushing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned last time that you had receipts to demonstrate that this is a regular occurrence. Are you able to provide any of those receipts
He does,
Yeah, yeah.
to show us that you have a
Yes,
regular? Okay. Okay. That's all I have for now.
Is there any other questions by any other members of the council?
Anyone have any other questions? I think we're good right now.
Again, we would ask that his license be continued and
I think we'll just need to hear from Leo to understand if he's abated the violations from the zoning official.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, I've reached out to DEM, several agencies, the State Department of Regulations. They've all pretty much signed off on him. They say he's in compliance, so,
So you've confirmed with DEM that they do
Yes.
not, that
Yes,
he
I
does
did.
not need to crush on a non-porous surface, especially over an aquifer. You've confirmed that.
yes.
Okay. And now he had 2 violations, correct, Leo?
Yeah, he still is working on the screening, which is going to be before municipal court. So he's addressing that currently, well, after crushing. And the expansion, when he gets the cars out, he can correct that as he's working on the cars to be removed.
Okay, so to confirm, when you say expansion, do you mean the expansion of the cars over the property lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there was too many cars to remain on the property and still
Okay.
operate safely.
So we don't when you say expansion, you don't necessarily mean expansion of services?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not included in this violation?
No.
Okay. So he is, as he crushes cars, I just want to summarize, and sorry if I'm monopolizing this. As he crushes cars, you feel that he will be eventually abate the violation of expansion past the
Correct.
property? And do we have an ETA for that?
Whatever his timeline.
2 months be agreeable?
I don't know. We'll have to talk
We're
about
just
it.
asking for a time.
Yes.
Yeah, so 2 months.
Yes, please.
And then the other one, the screening, the 6-foot, no less than 6 foot, no more than 8-foot opaque screening. It's theoretically, according to our ordinance, it's supposed to be around the entire property that abuts residents, unless there's significant vegetation. Is that something that's been completed?
No, it's not complete. It's
Okay.
something he has started to work on.
And what's the ETA for that? Timeline?
2 months as well, please.
2 months. And then, this wasn't necessarily included in the violation, but it sounds like it's something that's required or necessary. Vehicles, the trucks that are coming to deliver, is there a wide enough roadway for them to enter your property instead of parking on the road?
Yes, yes. That's why we have the new driveway. And all the trailers and coming is gonna come inside. That's why we put a sign on front, and now we make a schedule with any driver.
Okay, I know that this isn't a violation, but moving forward, we
Yes.
theoretically would not hear that there is not one vehicle that is coming to your property for business parked outside of your property.
Yeah.
So can you just, when you said 2 months and 2 months, are you saying 4 months, or you're going to get everything done within 2 months?
Everything
Yeah, no.
Is everything?
What's
No.
yes?
Yes.
2 months or 4 months?
No.
2,
2 months?
that's correct.
Okay.
I mean, I thought that we said when we last met, and maybe I'm misremembering, that we would renew the license if all violations were abated.
We don't necessarily have to renew, we can continue this.
So we could continue. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else have questions before the,
Mr. Bodie, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the fire marshal, but had you just been doing a routine inspection of this property
can
and
you
it
go to
wasn't,
the mic, Leo?
had you just been doing a routine inspection of this property and it wasn't as a result of this hearing or anything, what would your report be to recommend approval of a license?
Today, yes, it's in a safe place today.
Okay, thank you.
Leo, you said yourself that he doesn't have the appropriate screening up. So how could you approve a business and allow them to operate if they don't have the appropriate screening up to comply with our ordinance in order to ensure that the residents that are abutting the property are also able to live peacefully?
Well, he's been cooperating, trying to get things done.
But I think that's why we're here, Leo. So I personally wouldn't feel comfortable allowing a business to continue to operate if they weren't fully compliant with our ordinances at the detriment of the residents.
Anyone have any other questions?
Yeah, I think based on the testimony from the residents, the building inspector and the fire marshal 2 weeks ago, if you didn't want to give them a license, I thought we were well within our rights to not give them a license, but that's not what nobody made the motion to withhold the license. The motion was to give them 2 weeks to get it cleaned up. I think he got it cleaned up. It passed building inspector, passed the fire marshal. I don't see where we have a choice. We had the opportunity last week. Nobody made the motion to not give the license. We gave him 2 weeks and he fulfilled the 2 weeks.
It's not that we made it's not that we didn't make the motion to not renew the license. I think, and I'm sure the town solicitor could probably advise on this, but legally we're required to allow him the opportunity to abate the violations. We provided him with 2 weeks to abate the violations. He's abated 1 in totality. There are still 2 that are outstanding. Yes, he's making good progress, but there are 2 that are still non-compliant. So we allowed him to operate within the scope of cleaning the business up in order to abate the violations. 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. Now we're here. Only 1 has been abated in totality. 2 still remain. So I don't know at this point what our options are.
So
We have to hear from the public.
There's nothing said that we can't continue this for another month, check that he's in compliance, make sure we're still having regular sites through building and fire marshal, and come back and see if he's in compliance and he's making some movement in the right direction. If he's not, then obviously then we have another situation.
I don't think that that's unreasonable as long as you allow some limited operation.
Isn't there also a question, though, about expansion of services? Like it went from a retail business to a wholesale business and potentially exporting of stuff business? Isn't that still on the table, or is that one of the violations that you're referring to, Rebecca?
What I had Leo clarify is that what you're talking about, David, is not included in the violation of expansion of the non-conforming business. So that in theory, if it is determined that that's what he's doing, I believe that would have to be another violation.
Continue the matter for, I don't know why that's doing that. We continue the matter pending review of these 2 violations. And if you want some additional, review, I don't know if there's any other review that the building official can do, but you're raising something that is not before you. So if you're claiming that there's a violation, then the question is, the gentleman sitting right here in front of you now, if he believes that a violation is happening. If not, or he needs to do research on that, he can do that, and he can consult with. But we're not in a position to tell you whether it's a violation. It's up to the building official to say there's an expansion of beyond the property line is what the violation was, that you're putting vehicles outside the property line, is my understanding what the word expansion applied to in this case.
I'm not claiming
Oh, all
anything.
right.
They stated they've changed the operation. They made that statement by, saying they're putting stuff into storage containers. I'm not making that claim. So they've told us they changed.
Absolutely prohibit any expansion or change of use that's not allowed. You can do that as a condition of your license. You don't need to do investigation on that. To the extent that I think you're right, Councilman. I believe there was some comments made about storing products inside a container. I mean, the council can certainly prohibit that when it's got nothing to do with the automobile salvage company. They have no license to operate that. I think it had to do with clothing or something. There was some reference. Is that what you're talking about?
Question. So there was talk about washing machines and other like mattresses and all this other junk around the property. Has that all been cleaned up?
Has that been removed? Yeah. Leo can say, Leo look at it.
Yeah, most of the appliances are gone. I think there was
Not
two.
most. Are the
there were-
appliances gone? Are
There
the
were
mattresses
still some
gone?
refrigerators on site
Okay,
today.
so they're not gone yet, right?
Correct.
So there's still cleanup there that needs to be done?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any more questions? We can open it to the public, or? Everyone good? All right, thank you. Anyone like to speak from the public? I'm sorry, I can't see you, but if you want to come up and. Sign the sheet and then state your name and, no, right on the podium. There should
There's
be
no
a-
sheet here.
There was.
It's just a pen.
Yeah, but she put one up there. Oh,
Thank you.
yeah, and then just mention state your name and your address,
Yep.
please.
My name's Timothy Colomb. I live at 1050 Iron Mine Hill Road, North Smithfield. I would like to start with the junkyard is located at 955 Iron Mine Hill Road, which is located in Zone 1 of the overlay protection area for our drinking water, which is classified GA and GAA, which strictly prohibits any junkyard. In these zones, junkyards are strictly prohibited in this area. See overlay district, which I gave to you guys. Special exemptions must apply for special use permits, C3 and 3.1. Existing permits are allowed with exceptions, must be lawfully operated within permitted uses. The junkyard has not been operated in any manner like that because they're shipping food. They admitted it all. The business was fined by the EPA in 2023 for number one, stop the release of oil, clean up and properly manage the release used oils and other materials, contain the release used oil. The next citation was containers and above ground tanks must be clearly marked used oil. It took them 4 months to fix this after the EPA had to send them letters. It's the same thing, last minute, the MO, it's always the same. The Crookbrook Fall watershed supplies drinking water for the towns of Northern North Smithfield, Uxbridge, Millville, Blackstone, Mass, also Woonsocket, Lincoln, and Cumberland. It's no longer just the people that live around it, it's everybody in these towns. It supplies the drinking water for everybody. So it's against the law to let a junkyard operate in these zones. I gave you all the paperwork to prove it. So it's not just us anymore. So you guys have to do what the law states. I mean, it's your ordinance. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's a law. You know, so it's not just us, it's our kids, it's your kid that's coming. I mean, it only takes 6 months for hazardous material to get in the water. He's been doing it for 3 years. It's always the last minute. And so he knew about everything that's going on. So the ordinance was changed when he started shipping rice and water and clothes to other countries. It was admitted the last meeting. So as far as you saying we didn't want this here, nobody wants it there. And everybody admitted it. So now what do? You let him operate and destroy the water for everybody? Thank you.
Good evening. I don't see a sign-up sheet. Do you guys have one that you need us to sign? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I took the sheet. Sorry.
It's okay. Beth Newberry, 53 Follett Street.
Sarah LeVake, 66 Highview Ave.
We're here to speak on the topic, on this topic on behalf of the Groundwater Protection Committee in an advisory capacity. Leo's Auto Parts falls within the Woonsocket Reservoir Number 3 watershed, which means that it is subject to North Smithfield Ordinance 6.19. Additionally, Leo's Auto is adjacent to the Crookfall Brook watershed, which sits topographically lower than the business. This means that groundwater has the potential to flow from Leo's into the Crookfall Brook watershed. These watershed areas serve to not only provide water to the well's immediate area, but also feed into the reservoir serving Woonsocket, North Smithfield, Lincoln, and Cumberland residents. Quoting from Ordinance 6.19.4, water generally enters an aquifer by downward percolation from land surface recharge area and moves laterally underground towards areas of natural and man-induced discharge. The soils and subsoil condition of the lands in the groundwater aquifer zone are such that any use introducing pollutants or hazardous materials into the natural drainage system could adversely affect the quality of drinking water resources, including waters of the Slatersville and the Woonsocket water supply reservoirs. Regarding a special use permit for a pre-existing non-conforming business, the ordinance states, in making such determination, the board shall give consideration to the demonstrated reliability and feasibility of the use and pollution control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quality, quantity, and quality which would result if the control measures performed at less than designed efficiency. In addition, the board shall take into consideration the sensitivity of the water body to which the site drains. The Rhode Island DEM's website lays out the potential human health and environmental risks associated with auto salvage operations are diverse and variable, arising from a broad array of physical, chemicals, and biological hazards. Such hazards include the potential for fire or explosion at improperly managed sites, the transmission of diseases where yard areas serve as vector breeding habitats, for instance, for mosquitoes, soil, surface water, and groundwater contamination resulting from the improper management of solid and hazardous waste, including mercury switches, air releases of asbestos fibers, fugitive dust, and/or volatile organic compounds. There are two large concerns that the Groundwater Protection Committee has regarding this business. Concern number one, are vehicles that are stored there drained of their fluids with the batteries removed immediately upon arrival? Are those drained fluids stored in sturdy labeled closed containers on concrete pads or bermed areas to prevent soil and water contamination? Concern number two, are any mercury switches being removed prior to being crushed? In accordance with section 6 of 6.19, in making such determination, the board shall give consideration to the demonstrated reliability and feasibility of use and pollution control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quantity and quality which would result if the control measures performed at less than designed efficiency. In addition, the board shall take into consideration the sensitivity of the water body to which the site drains. The Groundwater Protection Committee, if the concerns that we laid out are not being met, in our advisory capacity, would recommend that Leo's Auto Parts be held accountable for any remediation needed to secure the area and ensure that the aquifer is protected. If you, the members of the Town Council, are not satisfied with the business's actions and demonstration of responsibility and accountability, we supported a determination to deny this business the certificate to operate. We cannot afford to contaminate more land and water in our community, one that already bears a disproportionate burden of environmental contamination compared to other communities in Rhode Island. North Smithfield and the surrounding communities rely on the environment for drinking water and hold special value to our rural amenities. Please use the full extent of your power to protect our groundwater and the health of our residents. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question about this non-conforming use and special use permit? Leo, I think you might be the most appropriate person to answer this. It seems like it came up twice. Is a business required to apply for a special use permit upon sale?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So this business, this type of business is considered a non-conforming use within this zone?
Correct.
Okay. So Mr. Hernandez purchased this business 4 years ago,
That's
a
correct.
non-conforming business within this area 4 years ago.
Okay.
Does he have a special use permit on file to be operating that business in that area?
I have not checked on that.
We haven't checked on that.
This
Okay.
it was running before I got here, so.
Okay. So we have not confirmed that he has the appropriate special use permit in order to be operating a non-conforming business within this very sensitive area. Okay. So in theory, I believe that a business only has so many days, months in order to apply for a special use
According to the
permit
ordinance, yeah,
in order to maintain a non-conforming use for their business.
correct.
Okay. Do we know if this business has a special use permit on file?
The scrapyard's been operating since the 1960s. He
A
doesn't-
special use permit is
he
required
doesn't-
upon sale?
No. According to your ordinance,
Yes.
then I don't know if he has one or not.
Okay.
I
Should
don't know
probably
if
look
he's
into
applied.
that. Okay, thank you.
Did you get it working? I think I did better this time, actually. I really did my homework on the USB. I really did. I spent 16 hours the other day, so I'm hoping. And I have to have my laptop because I'm blind, so I can't even see that screen up there. All right, my name is Kerry Roy, 911 Iron Mine Hill Road. I abut the HT Auto LLC, which used to be Leo's Auto Parts. So I did a PowerPoint today. I'm going to try to make it quick. There's 25 pages, but they're all like boom, boom, bang, bang, boom. That's it. It's just quick and to the point. You don't have to read it all. I'll give you the rundown on it all. One of the major points that I'm going to bring up in this PowerPoint presentation is the special use permit and the non-conforming use, because I have gone right directly to the North Smithfield E-code page and regulations, and I have looked it up. So there's where we started at Leo's Auto Parts, right there, HT Auto LLC. That's the title page right there. That's where we started. You can go to the next one. So our own definition of a junkyard right there. You can all read it in the yellow. I have to bring my copy up because I'm blind. So it's where a place where cars and car parts are stored on a property of a business. Go ahead, you can go to the next one. I just have to, I'm wondering. Okay, that is an aerial view in 2021 that I got off of Historic Aerial Views. That's when Mr. Hernandez first took over the junkyard. He transferred the license over in September 2021 by the town council that we have here. Well, some members weren't here. And this is the condition in which he got it in 2021. You can go to the next one. That's the condition in 2023, 2 years after he had it. Do you see the enormous amount of cars that have accumulated on that property? It's a magnification of it all, partly due to the fact that he's doing wholesale. Go ahead, you can go to the next one. That's what it was December 6th of this year, 2025. He has done a little bit of work. As you see, my back property is cleared off, but there's still piles of junk, all the little Scrabble piles of junk. The cars all the way to the left, bottom left, those were stacked high. He has crushed some of those. I'm gonna attest to what he has done, because he has done some work. He does have a little bit of an aisle back there, so that was December 6th. And also, yes, he should have a fence all the way around, because I believe Ralph Ferre's property is right there, and I think like 10 to 15 years ago, the last owner, they had him put up a fence abutting his property. So that should be a requirement if it happened the last time at Ralph Ferre's property. Okay, you can go to the next one. Okay, this is the street view of the junkyard in 2021. You can see how it's not messy at all in the middle picture. That's a close-up picture. There are no shipping containers. There's a building there, as you can see. There's a front building that used to be an office, a side building right behind that building that was also an office. And then there is a garage and also a canopy where parts are stored. And any truck body that's on the property originally from all the original owners, they would take the cars apart and all the parts would be in what they call a second containment. They can't be on the ground. They can't be leaking stuff. They have to be within a second containment, especially if you're doing wet engines, alternate, whatever you're selling that still has the fluids in them. They cannot be on the ground. They can't be on a wood pallet or a natural pallet. They have to be almost on like a spill pallet and in a second containment area where it's not seeping into the ground and there's no threat of it seeping into the ground. You can go to the next one. This is the front of HT Auto in 2023, that in August 2023, when Mr. Hernandez took it over 2 years, you can see the mess starting to pile up. The picture on the right is of 2021, so you can get a side-by-side of what the difference is in the accumulation and magnification of the pileup here. You can go to the next one. Right here, I had asked some questions to the previous manager who managed for C&B Scrap, Chris Bruno, for 9 years when he took it over. And I can't really read the questions that I asked him because I'm blind and I didn't get it on my laptop. But some of the questions that I asked him: what's your name? How long were you there for? 9 years. Leo's Auto Parts, but it was C&B Scrap underscore capital City Towing. How often have you crushed cars per year? How often do you get hazardous disposal done? Where do you take cars apart? We take them apart in the shedded area or on cement slab because they're not supposed to be taken apart on soil, as what's been going on the last 4 years. Where do you store the parts? We store the parts in the containers that we have on there. So that's basically, you can read all the questions. I'm sorry, I got to get on my laptop because I cannot read and I am blind. You can go to the next one. That's more questions that I have asked him. Again, he was there for 9 years. So I wanted to let you all know there was no shipping. No shipping ever in the 9 years that they were there. No shipping of parts, no shipping of cars. That is an extended use of the non-conform property. That's actually building and expanding. So you can't go from a little general and then think it's all right to go to a Costco. There's a big difference with traffic, with pollution, with the amount of road blockage, and in a tight-knit residential area. You just can't go from a little general to a Costco. It can't happen in non-conform use. That's expansion of use itself, and that is in our ordinance not allowed unless it's by variance or a special use permit. Okay, you can go to the next one. Here's all our regulations in the E code of non-conform use of land. Obviously, you can see up there that it says that, let me read it here. Sorry, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. It is the intent of this chapter to permit these nonconformities to continue until they are removed, but not to encourage their survival. It is further the intent of this chapter that nonconformities shall not be enlarged upon, expanded, or extended, nor be used as grounds for adding other structures or uses prohibited elsewhere in the same district. A non-conforming use of land shall not be extended or enlarged after passage of this chapter or by the addition of other uses of a nature which would be prohibited generally in the district involved. You can go to the next one. Okay, what expansion of use means? Physical enlargement could be one of the expansions. Increase in intensity or scope of operations, which is what we're talking about here with the shipping containers and the wholesale. A significant increase in the volume of business, which is what we are also talking about here. The number of customers or operational impacts, traffic, noise, smells, and odors. Other ones are structural altercations, the change to different non-conforming use, and increasing density. But the highlighted one is most specifically what applies here. You can go to the next one if you could. All right, these are just some examples. We've seen them all before. These are people lining up the road. Here's the shipping container. It causes traffic issues. It's causing issues with the neighbors. Cars are being put in my driveway. We have to tell people stop blocking the driveways because of the magnification of what these shipping containers are doing to this business and what it's turned into. You can go to the next one. Those are just all videos, but we're not going to play them. All right, we already looked at these. These are the people that are bringing stuff. Here we are. I have the dates right on it. Yep, you can go to that one, special use permits. All right, special use permits. An applicant for a special use permit shall pay the necessary fee at the time he presents all required exhibits, plans, and other required data to the building zoning official. I don't believe anyone's for these shipping containers or the expansion to wholesale has ever done that. I don't believe we don't have any applications, I don't think, for a special use permit on any of that through the office. The application for a special use permit, variances, and appeals shall be accompanied by the following: a letter including the name and addresses of property owners of record applicants, specifically indicating the portion of this chapter under which this, a list of property owners within 200 feet of the property, which would be all of us, and none of us have gotten any of that, in question shall accompany the letter. We can go to the next one. All right, I put the shipping containers there because technically this is what's making it wholesale, and this is what's creating the whole problem for the whole entire road and the business, is the fact that he's bringing it to a grander business than what it was. Like I said, it should be a little general, not a Costco. To accomplish the general purpose of this chapter, certain of the uses requiring a special use permit under the provisions of this chapter need further consideration because they are somewhat unique, highly specialized, or often present difficult zoning administration or enforcement problems. The effects of such uses on the surrounding environment often can not be foreseen until a specific site has been proposed. So that's why we need to hand out applications for special use because of these instances. You can go to the next one, please. All right, here is the zoning board of review. Right here, it says the board immediately upon receipt of an application for special use permit shall request that the planning board, oh, mine didn't come out right. I can't see far. Those for, yeah, all right, thank you. Oh, nope, I can't even see with these. Oh, my computer? Oh. No, for some reason I didn't print it all on this one, but I'm going to stand up here if you all don't mind. Hello? Hello? Okay, the board shall, for a reason of time, the board shall fix a reasonable time for a hearing of a special use permit. It shall publish notice of the hearing to those once a week for 2 successive weeks immediately prior to the date of such hearing as a newspaper or a circulation, 14 days prior. Notice of hearing shall be sent by certified mail, return receipt. So basically what this is all saying here is that he does not have a special use permit. He's never applied for one. We've never been noticed of a public hearing for one. Therefore, if you are going to allow him to continue to keep running, he would not be able to run with the shipping containers into the magnification that he is running, because it is expansion of the use of the business right there. And like I said, you can't make something that was a little general and turn it into a Costco, especially not on Iron Mine, because it causes traffic problems, it's causing neighbor problems, it's causing an excess of vehicles on the property, it's causing an excess of junk on the property, it's causing all these issues with people bringing other different things. So if you're at least going to say, he can run, I definitely think, and this would be Leo who would have to say it, but those are definitely guidelines for a special use permit that he would need to acquire, and then we'd have to have another building, a public hearing for the neighbors in order to have that taken care of. So that's part of that one. The words are killing me on that. All right. So here's another problem that we have right here, traffic noise, unloading in the street, blocking of the road. Those are some of the things that, obviously are a problem here. Again, against the special use permit, because these are issues that are becoming magnified. It's not something like it used to be. What used to happen, and as you've read, I think on the last one, when John, the last manager, used to run it, he said what they used to do is they'd put the parts online, or someone would email them, just like every other owner, and they would say, we need this part, and they'd go, and when the person came, they'd pick the part and bring the part to the person. That's how the business runs. It doesn't run like a Walmart. It doesn't run like a in, out constantly. Everything's going on. We got shipping containers. We got people coming. We got cars blocking. We got sometimes we got 2 trailers blocking the road 2 by 2. So it becomes a nuisance as far as that's concerned. You can go to the next one. That was just recently. That's some other examples. That was a van out the other day. I put the dates below it, on December 12th, out in the middle of the road. And then that's just some more examples of more cars out in the middle of the road. That's it. Okay, some of the hazards that we have here as far as the junkyard, and as you'll see in that picture, you'll see that there is oil right in the middle of the driveway of the junkyard right there, and that was most recently, that was this year, a couple months ago. It's an environmental hazard. It causes pollution, noise, and odors. It's a fire hazard, safety hazard, traffic hazard, health hazard, pest infestation, and contamination of soil and water. And as you see from these examples of these pictures, we have water right here. We have parts all over the place, rusting. Like one of his customers said, he sometimes sells wet, engines and stuff like that. So what's really in all these piles? Do we know? Does anybody know what's really under these piles? It could be something hazardous leaking, and we wouldn't even know, because everything's just piled on top of piled on top of piled. Okay, you can go to the next one. All right, so Rhode Island regulations for storing wet engines and hazardous material. It's a prohibition of discharge. No person shall place oil or pollutants onto the land of the state or in any location where they're likely to enter the waters of the state. Secondary containment, which I already told you guys about, is any storage of oil or hazardous materials must have secondary containment, storage on an impervious surface and within a containment area designed to capture any potential spills. And waste management. Used engines and parts that still contain fluids are considered a potential hazardous waste source. Storage areas for such items must be organized and managed to prevent leaks, including regular inspections to verify the conditions of the containers. All right, you can go to the next one. Can you play the video of the town council meeting on the 1st? I think there should be a play button there. There you go.
I buy the engine and the transmission and the rear differential. I buy those. They stay. I don't want him to drain. Okay. I take it. But when he
Okay, so in the top right picture, you will see below the sofa, there is an engine. He's got it hardly in a plastic oil pan container. It doesn't even fit under the engine fully. It's almost on the soil, half of it. And then you'll see a big pile on broken pallets. They're kind of just all over the place. All these engines, these wet engines with oil on them. And they're on pallets, on wooden pallets that soak up oil, that can go into the soil. If you look at the bottom picture on your left, you'll also see another engine. It's kind of tipped sideways on something on the pile. If you look on the right, all the way to a little bit to the right of the dumpster, there's another engine on top of another junk pile. How do we know these engines are empty? How do we not know that they're wet engines like this guy says he gets? These are all parts that are mixed in that should not be on the ground. All those engines, those should have been in a truck container. They should have been contained in a secondary container. That engine should have been in a secondary container. That engine, the same thing. They should not be out on piles in the middle of junk, tipped over with oil coming out of them. You can go to the next one. Okay, in 2023, August 11th, he got violations from the EPA. And as Timmy has already stated, it took him, one of the violations was to stop the leak. It took him 4 months to do it. So if it took him 4 months to stop the leak, where did all the stuff go that was leaking? And before that, nobody even inspected him. So if there was a leak in 2023, then when did it start leaking? Was it leaking for 2 years? Was it leaking for a year and nobody knew? What happened with all that stuff? Then he had a deteriorating container that he had, and one of them wasn't even labeled. And it took him between 2 violations, I think, he rectified in November, so it still took him 4 months. And the one with the leaking and the stop the leaking and everything, that took him till December 6th. So from August 11th to December 6th, it was leaking, it was not fixed. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know what's going on because there's not a detailed on it, but how long was it leaking for before EPA even caught it? Because there is no agency that had checked them out from 2021 until this date right here, until August 11th. Okay, you can go to the next one. Right, here's more piles of cars piled on top of each other. These are just more working. You can go to the next one. Working outside of operational hours has become another problem too. People are, we're talking about Saturdays. He's supposed to close at 2. He's sometimes getting out of there at 7. So, that's ridiculous. That's 5 hours past being open. We're talking about sometimes he's there till, 8 o'clock at night. I've got 2 in the morning. That's another problem that this business is having. Who's going to rectify that? Because even in the last, 9 months now since I've committed to this, the cops have showed up multiple times. It's still happening. Just now with the abatement, he's not doing it, but if we don't stay on him, who's to say he's not going to continue? Look at all the times that he's done all throughout the year, and that's even when the cops were coming. Right, you can go to the next one. These are just more pictures of cars coming in and traffic. These are videos from the other day. So he only started crushing on December 8th. That was the first day that he started crushing after we had the town council meeting. And the other morning they started at 7. I had trucks pulling in at 7:18 a.m., even though their license is 8 a.m. So it's still kind of operational hours are still kind of going a little wacky here, even during abatement. It's like he's got 9 hours a day. I'm not understanding how a 9-hour window you can pick every hour outside the window to get stuff done. You can go to the next one. These are these are pictures from today. These are recent pictures from today. So he has cleaned up a little bit around the office. There is a little bit of a fire aisle. He had 2 cars at the end of his property that were blocking the aisle, but they can always just access this was from 957, I guess, my property from my property for that. And then you'll still see that there are still, you can go to the next one, still piles of cars a little bit in the back there. You can see the crusher back there. These are just random pictures from today. So there is a little bit of a fire. There is a fire aisle. I will definitely say that. There's the cars in the back of the property that are blocking the end of the fire aisle. But other than that, that's about it. That's about it. That's all I think I have on here. So in short, I would like to say, if you guys do decide that he's operational, obviously I would need a confirmation that he's going to actually need a special use permit, Leo, do you think, for the containers?
What we were working towards was getting the yard scaled back again, back to a normal junkyard. So the container stuff was all supposed to stop anyway.
Okay, so it will be stopped then,
Yes.
unless otherwise. Okay, all right.
Because we explained to him the container is not allowed there, so.
Okay.
We're trying to scale them back to a normal junkyard again.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Thank you, Leo. Thank you very much. So that's feasible, but what are we gonna do with the other things? Do we have a plan? Is it gonna be like, do we have someone to babysit this business? Because I feel like we need somebody to babysit this business in every aspect. I feel like there, he's kind of, and I like Edward, don't get me wrong. I don't hate the guy. I think everybody needs a chance at a business, but the problem is that when your business starts affecting my life, now I have a problem. And if it's something I have to keep continuing to babysit for the rest of my life, I don't want it. Do I have to worry about my water? I donated my kidney. I'm not going to skip the line like they give you. If somebody else has been waiting for a kidney for a long time, I'm going to say, let them have it. That's the type of person I am. I'll go to my grave. But I don't want to drink water and be poisoned. Like, I've lived through so much. I don't want to, like, this instance for it to happen. We need either the soil tested over there. Somebody's going to take responsibility for that. Because, like I said, you just saw the EPA report. How long was everything leaking for? How long was the oil leaking before the EPA picked it up? 2 years? Nobody checked on them before that? How long is this? But how long were the engines? How long were they on the ground? How long were they leaking everything? You know, I would suggest that some kind of soil test needs to be done, either at his expense or I don't know whose expense, definitely not all our expenses, because we've already compromised for 4 years. So I don't think that we should even really compromise more, because we've compromised our health, our safety, our properties, our peace of mind. So, I mean, that's basically all I have to say. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'm sorry I made it long.
CJ, before you give her back the thumb drive, can you go to slide 8, please? So question number 5.
Yeah.
How often would the business dispose of hazardous waste materials?
Right.
It looks like the response is, we disposed usually 3 times a year.
Right, because they ran at a smaller scale than what he's running at. They ran at a Little General, not at a Costco. So they weren't actually going to the magnification that he was, and everything was contained away properly. C&B Scrap, they often got heckled by DEM, by EPA. They were there all the time, and they literally did everything by the books all the time, because they were always checked. So.
Thank you. The reason I pointed it out was just because 2 weeks ago, there was a comment made about Edward not even knowing the name of his hazardous waste disposal contractor.
Yes, I know. Exactly. Yes. Any other slides anyone else would like to see? All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Anyone else?
Do have one more question for Edward and his attorney. So safe to assume that no phase 1 was done on this property prior to him purchasing it?
I'm not aware that one was, but the name of the company is Western. That's the environmental company. Here's the receipt, which we did bring, so.
2 weeks late and $2 short.
How many receipts do you have, though?
How many times have you had it done?
We have done like 3 times.
3 times in the last 4 years? 3 times in the last 4 years?
Yes.
That's how many times he needed it to be
You
done.
need it. You fill it all the time, and when you're full, you call.
Okay. So he had it done 3 times a year, but this former business owner was at a much smaller scale than yours. So you're also saying that you have the hazardous waste removed 3 times a year, but your business is on a much grander scale.
He's not saying it. I'm not sure what the scale of it was. That's the testimony of Ms. Carey. I don't know that to be true or not. They may operate it differently. He's saying that when it's full and needs to be removed, that's when he does it. If that's 3 times in 4 years, that's when he does it.
Mm-hmm.
We can't testify as to what the previous owner did or what the previous
I'm just
owner
looking at
thought.
the aerial view. The
Yeah, I
aerial
understand.
view, the juxtaposition between the former business and
And I-
this is just.
And I don't know
very-
how the former business dealt with engines or how they sold the parts. They may have done it differently, which may have affected how they collected the fluids. So I can't answer that because I don't know what they did.
Well, especially
in
if some of
relation-
your customers are saying that they prefer the fluid within the engine. So maybe you're not emptying all the engines because your customers want the fluids in the engines. Okay.
What else, again, what I would point you to is the letter that I started off with. So the agency that's charged with determining whether or not there's pollutants in the water, the DE, the Rhode Island DEM, was there last week. They gave you a letter stating that, in fact, they saw no evidence of the groundwater being polluted. So they actually, they received a complaint, they closed the case.
They saw no evidence of runoff. And maybe I need to
Well-
better understand what runoff is, but runoff in my mind is a stream running off into a water source, running off of the property. It sounds like the concern here is hazardous material seeping into a porous surface. So if we're stacking engines that may or may not be emptied of the fluid that is in them, can we say with 100% certainty that those fluids aren't leaking into a porous surface if they're not being contained in this second containment area that Ms. Roy referenced in her PowerPoint?
What I would ask the council to do is, when we asked to come back in 2 weeks, we were going to address certain things. My clients addressed those things. You've heard from the fire captain, Mr. Labar. He's satisfied that Mr. Terrero's abated the violations. You've heard from Mr. Cody that while not all, but he's made great progress and there's some things that are left. So what we're asking for is what the suggestion that was made was to come back in 2 months to see if there's more progress and complete compliance, which he says he can do, because the goal is to remediate the problem. The goal is to become in compliance. He's done that with fire. That was the big one. That was the big safety concern. And despite what CJ said, the fire chief disagrees with her. She says, well, he's made some progress. Well, he says he's abated it completely. Now, it's got to stay that way. We'd ask to come back in 2 months, show that further progress, and that be allowed to make that progress, continue to operate just as he has in the last 2 weeks. And as the solicitor indicated, operate at a low level, keep his operations going. He's going to be back here in 2 months. If he doesn't perform, you still have the lever at your disposal to revoke. But the progress that was made is significant. It's substantial. It's what you asked for, and he's done it. And he's removed the cars. He's got the aisles, right? He's got a clean letter from DEM. That's significant. I mean, it just can't be ignored. We can speculate all night long about what the possibilities may be on that site that's been there for over 60 years, long before he took it over, and when her father operated it, and say what could be under there. DEM is telling you what's there right now, what they see. The person who wrote the letter, professional engineer and PhD. That's someone who would know. I don't have that kind of credentials in that arena that they do. So I'd ask you to put some weight on that, all right? And also weight to what your building official said and your fire inspector said. I would ask you to do that and allow him the time to further get to the goal, which is complete compliance. That's what we're requesting. Thank you.
Complete compliance in conjunction with applying for a special use permit.
If he were to be expanding the use, he ceased those operations on that. So if he does that would not be an issue.
Okay.
So he's going to cease doing that. Are you going to cease doing that?
He's doing what?
The
He's just shaking his head,
containers,
so-
the expansion of the use beyond the scrapyard.
Stan Zuba, 910 Iron Mine Hill Road. Kim, I know you said 8:15. I'm going to try to be quick.
Yeah,
But-
thank you.
Quick few bullet points, all right? So the pre-existing non-conforming, I think, is a real issue, okay? It's gotten way bigger. It's different, okay? Inconsistent bad neighbor, loading and unloading in the street, operations at all hours, unsafe, it's an accident waiting to happen. There was an incident in Paul's yard on Paul's property where my 27-year-old daughter felt she had to intervene, and a physical altercation was about to happen, okay? That's an unsafe situation. Last meeting, you stated you have 2 employees, correct? Yes. I checked the state workman's comp records. You have no workman's comp insurance in your business name or listed to your property. You're in violation of state law there. Not a town issue, but just goes to sloppy business. Do you have any workman's comp insurance? No. Do you have any insurance on the property? Pollution control, liability, anything? You're an LLC that can walk away from this disaster at any time. Okay, there's nothing tying this man to this property, to this responsibility, to the potential hazard that he is creating. Okay? As we stated before, he's operating under a consent order from the state. Kept no records of vehicles in or out of that property for the last 4 years. Do you have the paperwork and records for the 160 cars you just removed? You also have to have the paperwork and the records for that. It's part of the state law. Doubt it. I was told personally today that the director of the DEM is now involved in the situation. I believe there's been some very conflicting statements made to this council and town and the DEM. Earlier, you stated that you store gasoline on the property that is removed from the vehicles, correct? Yeah, you did. Bill, you seen any gas tanks out there? Any storage facility? No. Building inspector, you seen any gas tank out there? Containment, storage, they store, tank that, double-walled tank or a tank with containment to store this gas? No. All right. Could you tell us how you're removing this gas from the vehicles? You drilling a hole in the bottom of the tank, you pumping it out. How you getting it out of the vehicles? No answer?
Mr. Zuba, I don't know if he doesn't have to reply to you, but he can reply to us.
Okay, very good. I think it's a valid question. How are you getting the gas out of here? Where are you storing it? Same thing with the oil. We have a receipt from Western Oil. They are a waste oil and fluid handling company. Earlier, we stated all the oil was being left in the motors and transmissions. You're burning the gas in the vehicles on site, equipment or whatever. Again, I'd ask what equipment this gas is going into. But if the oil and transmission fluid staying in the vehicle, staying in the motor, and the gas is being used on site, what are we removing 3 times in the last 4 years? Be kind of curious. Again, this is considered hearsay, but I was told by people at the DEM that this junkyard claims they have no containment on site for the hazardous materials. They don't need it because the vehicles were all brought in empty. That's what I was told the DEM. So I'd be very curious if we could get the backup on that report, the work papers that go with it, the individuals that did the inspection, and see what they say. There's also other fluids in the cars. There's the rear end, you know what I'm saying? There's tons of solid waste also involved. We're crushing cars, but where are the tires going? Where is the interiors going? I'm not completely familiar with the crushing process, but I know the scrapyards want metal, not all the other stuff that goes with it, the glass, whatnot. This business just doesn't belong on Iron Mine Hill Road anymore. It doesn't fit. It's a bad situation. Like I said, as far as I can tell, he has no responsibility when something goes wrong, and he can just walk away. There is a mortgage on the property. He doesn't own it outright. Mortgage holder could be hung with it. But like I said, I'd really, really like to take a deep look at the DEM report, see what DEM has been told, compare that to what this council has been told, and what people have physically seen or not seen on the property. And I think that's the big problem. I think the more you look at this, the more twisted it gets, and the more it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one quick question. To the attorney, please. So he said he's scaling it back to the way it was originally. But when you start taking the car, when the cars come in, you take off all the good stuff. That's how you make your money. Once that stuff starts accumulating, how can you not be selling it to get rid of it. It can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to sell it. You got to get rid of it. So how can you not be selling all the good stuff that you pick apart off the cars?
Let me ask him. So you're asking exactly what's his process? What does he do with the parts?
Yeah, because now you're saying we're not going to have, you're not going to like wholesale the stuff. You're not going to get rid of it. But what are you going to do with it all? You got a lot of good stuff there. It's in the trailers and everything. It's ready to go. It's good stuff. You're not going to just dump it. So you got to sell it, right?
Yes. Yes.
But how are you going to sell it if you can't sell it like individually? If people come into knocking on your door and looking for like an alternator, you might have 150 alternators.
So what's your process?
Yeah, we process, we take it off.
You speak into the mic, please.
Yeah, we process because we dismantle the cars and we set it up the engines, and then when we sell the whole engine. That's the way we take the car apart. We take suspension, we take dashboard, we take seats, lights, mirror, doors, hood, bumpers. We left only the shells.
Right. So he has to sell it. He has to get rid of it.
So are there any records of what you have on property? Do you know, like if someone comes in and they want something, do you know
Yeah, I know.
what you have and where it is?
Of course.
All right. I don't think I'm making my point clear enough. It's just that when you said you weren't going to wholesale stuff, you're going to have so much of it. You have to wholesale. You have to get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a valid point, John. If Mr. Hernandez needs to operate outside of the scope of the prior use, then he would need to apply for a special use permit.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So if Mr. Hernandez needs to sell his product in the capacity that he's currently selling in order to ensure that it's a profitable business, then he needs to apply for a special use permit. So that's just one requirement in the event that is what is required in order for him to stay in business and profitable.
I would say it's not before you tonight. We would ask you to do again, focus on the request that we made and why we're here this evening.
No, but if we're going to consider a 2-month period to allow for you to get to 100% compliance, these are some of the check boxes that need to be checked off. So it sounds like a comparison of previous use to current in order to determine whether or not you need a special use permit. I have very, very real concerns about this containment of hazardous waste. Sounds like you're saying that you fill up the containers, they come, they remove them almost 3 times a year. But we heard from our fire marshal and our building official and others that there are no containment containers on site in order for you to store fluids from these cars. So which is that?
Yeah, we have the containers, but the problem is we have it inside the boxes. That's why they don't sell it.
Inside of boxes?
Inside the boxes.
Is that the appropriate protocol?
Yeah.
That's the protocol?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like an understanding of the protocol for how this business is supposed to operate, so we can say in 2 months that you are operating within the protocol of this type of business. And then moving forward, Leo, like who, to Ms. Roy's point, babysits this? Who ensures that this hazardous material is being stored appropriately? Is that a municipal responsibility, or is that DEM or EPA?
There's also state licensing involved that usually handles fluid management and all that.
State licensing?
Yeah.
How often do they go there? Every 5 years?
I would think annually, I would believe.
We need an understanding of all of the requirements at the municipal and state level for this type of business to operate within this zone. This is a very sensitive area. It's not like you're operating in an industrial or commercial area. You're operating in a residential area. So there's sensitivity to this. So we need to ensure compliance.
I would recommend that we keep him on a short leash and keep an eye on his operation until he gets it smoothed over and back to where it's supposed to be.
But yes, but also to ensure that he's managing a responsible business and he's maintaining it, like hazardous waste containment.
I don't have junkyard background, so.
Neither do we. So we have to rely upon our building official
Yeah.
and our zoning official in order to provide us with the information that we need in order to make informed
I
decisions.
do have an email to the state, the Department of Business Regulation. I've been trying to get my hands on all these protocols and what he's supposed to be doing. So
All right. All right. Anyone want to make a motion?
Make a question, ask a question of David. Is it within our realm to request that a phase one be done on the property?
I don't know if you would request a phase one, but I think in some sort of evidence that environmental compliance and hazard is being handled properly, I think it's within your realm. And if that's being handled by DM or the state and they have compliance rules and regulations and reporting requirements, maybe we can ask for that. But just to demand it phase one, I don't know if you're there yet.
Even if you were in the legal position to require that, a phase one would not be sufficient. Given its current use, it automatically gets kicked up to a phase two. Only because of the use. Just like if you were next door to somebody who is doing something that could be an environmental issue, is going to be kicked into a phase two.
But David, you're saying that there are stipulations that we could require from an environmental.
Information to confirm that the environmental conditions are being complied with. And if that's DEM and the state, that's fine. And if it needs more than that, and you've got more, that leads to a further discussion, then I guess we could go deeper. I just want to make sure that we walk before we run. Jumping to a phase two is a big jump, and that's going to be
probably costly.
I assume it's very costly. That's soil evaluation, right? Is that correct, TA? So, I mean, I think you can definitely ask for information about environmental containment, make sure all that's being complied with, and maybe some sort of, maybe there can be some sort of limited testing, but I think we need to get information first.
Right.
I mean, I'd like to know what DM is doing at the site, what they did, what the state requires for these disposal. Usually it's from cradle to crypt. Is that not? That's my understanding of the law with regard to handling hazardous waste in Rhode Island. Is they require documentation of the moment the hazardous waste comes on site until it goes out. That's my understanding. But again, I know that applies to body shops. It applies to gas stations. That do automobile repair. I'd like to know if that's also the case for salvage yards, but I would tend to think so. But I don't know those answers. I don't know those rules off the top of my head. This is a new issue that was brought up today, obviously, to this extent. So I think we can ask for that information, and during this period of time, maybe we can get some information before put the 2-month period for the continue to comply and abate, allow the limited operation, and in between that, maybe we could have some information gathering event that's, that can help the council in 2 months.
But, I mean, he mentioned he needs 2 months, but we could obviously not extend it that long and just continue to keep close watch on while we're getting this documentation, correct? Okay.
Just a question to consider. If I own a piece of property and I have a bunch of junk cars on my property, do I need a license to remove those cars from the property? This person owns a piece of property. He has a ton of junk cars on the property. He doesn't need to be in business to clean the property up. Suspend the license. Make him clean the property up.
Does he need the license to sell things though, or to, he's disposing of scrap, assuming he's getting paid for that scrap after these things are crushed? Does he need the license for that aspect of it? Probably, or I don't know.
Well, that's why I said if I own a piece of property and I got a bunch of junk cars on them, I can have them towed away, can't I? I think the town would make me do it, wouldn't they? Just saying. Thank you.
I think we could probably extend essentially the motion that's in place now, right? So we had a 2-week, allowed for 2 weeks to abate the violations. It sounds like, again, one is abated in totality, the other two still a little bit hazy. But although some of the questions that have come up are not necessarily violations, they would allow for a safe business. So I think we need to understand, like to the town solicitor's point, what are all of the things, and to my point too, what are all of the things that are required of this business in order to maintain protocol, not for the business to just be operating within the licensure and the state regs, but also to environmental regulations. So I think that I need those questions, I need that information, and I need those questions answered in order for me to vote in confidence, because I don't think that we can run the risk of allowing for potentially hazardous practices in a residential area. And I also would like to ask, and I don't know if this is something that's feasible, but for folks within the vicinity of this business, if there are concerns that hazardous waste has potentially contaminated soil, and we know that everybody up there is on wells, is there the option for this business to test residents' wells to ensure that those wells are safe for use? I know that it's costly, but I mean, I don't think that the onus should be on the resident to pay for that if it's a potential bad practice of a business. Now, I don't know if that's the case. I think, again, we need to understand with DEM. But if we do find anything questionable, I think that that's something I would like to consider in the future.
Who are we here to protect? Who are we here to protect? Taxpayer or a person that has not followed rules and regulations? I don't know about you, but there's got to be some justice here, because for years it hasn't been happening. And until they can make it right, I don't think they should be opened. Agree with me or not? That's how I believe. That's how I'll vote.
You'd have to come up to the podium.
Should the place be closed until it's up to EPA standards with the right tanks and oil containment and stuff like that, so we don't have to worry about it? My well is like 200 yards away from the crusher. Plus, I have a 4-acre cranberry bog behind my house with beavers and otters and swans and every other thing. So why should I have to worry about it while you guys let him run? It's just not right. He doesn't even have insurance. So if that place catches on fire and burns my house down, now my insurance is going to pay for it because of his negligence, or burns his house down? Think about it. It only makes sense. You should shut him down until he becomes up to EPA rules.
Mr. Hernandez, do you have insurance for your property?
He just said no.
His lawyer told him not to answer.
You can't even prove he crushed 150 cars. I didn't see 150 cars in this place. I live across the street.
Do we know?
50, it was a lot.
Do we know if this business has insurance to operate? Yeah, I think we need to understand, again, all of the requirements, understand if this business is compliant with the requirements of the state, of the town. We need an environmental assessment of some degree to ensure that he's operating appropriately and safely. The last time we made a motion to allow him to operate only within the scope to abate, and then I believe it was some sale in order to remain profitable, right? That's what we said.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, again, I don't think that we should award bad business. It's hard for me to even want to do this, but I think we extend another 2 weeks within the current scope.
2 weeks?
2 weeks to continue to abate the 2 violations that he hasn't fully abated yet, and to provide us with all of the information that we need, state, municipal, environmental,
And insurance.
insurance, appropriate licensure, whether or not a special use permit will be required if you need to operate outside the scope of the current non-conforming use. And then in 2 weeks, we can make the determination of whether or not we're going to renew your license.
I would ask for a little more time than the 2 weeks, because a lot of the things you're asking for are things that are just coming
We
up
can see
tonight.
progress.
A lot of the things are just coming up tonight. So this is, the scope of this has spread out very far.
No, the
from where
scope
we
has
started.
spread out because this business hasn't done it for
I'm saying-
4 years. So the scope hasn't just magically expanded within the last hour and a half. This has always been the requirement of the state and the municipality. We're just finding out that it hasn't been done.
You're
That's the difference.
asking about environmental issues that are just being brought up,
It should-
and all speculative, by the way. So what I would say is, he has the obligation to comply with whatever the municipal code requires, whatever the state law requires. That's what he's going to have to do. So whatever that is, that's what he has to comply with. As we sit here today, and the solicitor very candidly said he's not sure, your building official said he wasn't sure, let's find out. Let's give them the time, especially the building official, to find out what state regulations were required. He said he emailed DEM. He hasn't received a response, at least according to his testimony today. Let's allow him the time to do that, and so that my client can comply. All I'm saying is the 2 weeks is a very, very tight timeline. So we would ask for a little bit more. I think that's a reasonable request.
I think 2 weeks is enough time to provide us with the information that we need to understand whether or not this business is in compliance with state and municipal
And
code.
does he even have insurance?
He has liability insurance.
2 weeks to demonstrate progress?
Yeah.
Not renewing the license?
So we're going to keep it the way it was.
Keep it the way it
so
is.
He can keep abating.
So you're going to continue on the same as we did last time? Is that correct? Okay.
Is that a motion you made?
Yes, I guess that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
So,
And continue to January 5th, right?
Correct. It looks like David has a question.
so I fully understand. We're going another 2 weeks of removing crushed cars. What
And
else?
junk.
Well, screening was another issue.
Yeah, so I had environmental compliance records, a special use permit, at least some kind of indication as to, A, does he have one, which it doesn't look like he does from when he purchased it. Is he going to apply for one? The fence completion, the minimization of his expansion of operations, meaning he's, basically going back to what the previous non-conforming use was, and records of state compliance. Is that essentially what we're looking for in the 2 weeks?
And environmental compliance?
I had that environmental compliance.
And you mentioned there was still washers and mattresses and stuff that needed to be cleaned up. So if we can see progress.
He's going to be working on it,
So,
just like he did last time.
Yes, that was my motion.
and continue the public hearing to January 5th.
And,
Right,
right.
and continue.
So to continue,
We're actually making a motion right now.
so to continue the current status of the junkyard under the scope that was established our last meeting, with the added points to better understand those components of compliance.
Point of order, should we close the public hearing before we make this motion?
We're not closing it. We're going to.
Or continue it? Okay, so before we
Someone had
continue
their
it,
hand up.
someone had his hand up over here. Do we want to hear from him, and then we'll continue it? So, Looks like there's someone else with a hand up too over there, so.
Andrew Croshaw, 783 Pound Hill Road. Coming into this late, my first meeting, hearing this testimony, sounds like things are very tense regarding this issue. The only thing I felt should be mentioned, I guess it's on behalf of the person who's being grilled here, is that you should consider giving him more than 2 weeks at this time of year. If there are questions that need to be answered from DEM, things like that, it's very difficult to get anything done around the holidays like this. So I think you're being reasonable in granting him some more time. I'm just asking for give him a couple more weeks to get beyond the holidays. It's very difficult to get anything done. As someone who has to go
But
through
being new to
regulatory.
this certain case, there's been many months. of
I've
this
heard
going
that.
on.
I understand. I've also heard a lot of people.
You have to-
Sure, I've heard that, he's had some more time for things. We're talking about giving him 2 weeks, and it sounds like there are several requirements that need to be accomplished in that 2 weeks. And all I'm saying is reasonably, with many people in state agencies not being available, if you want information from DEM and so on and so forth, it's going to be very difficult. If it was 2 weeks in the middle of September, I think it would be very, very doable. Just an observation from someone coming in for the first time and hearing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else before we continue it? Well, wait a minute, can you just, wait a minute, wait. Mr. Cologne, can you let this gentleman speak first?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. My name is Felipe del Carmen, and I'm one of his customers over there in the Yonka. And I've been hearing a lot of things over here that saying like about the motors, the training, the oil, like in the ground. And I'm the one that bring motor to the inside the Yonka. I bought another Yonka in Sam's Auto Parts. All those motors, you can go over there, you can prove there's no oil in them, those motors. Because over there, when we buy, they draining. Before they was making a hole in the transmission and the motor, and we said no, because they keep leaking. They put a like little cap, red cap, but I said no. We told them no. We need you take the board, the screw out, and then put it back. That's what they're doing. So that's one of the things. Motors, no oil. Trainers, no oil over there. That's not true. That's a lie.
So there is or there is not fluid in the
No.
engine? No fluid in the
No
engine?
fluid over there. Any of you can go over there because I know people who live around there. They just want that junk closed. But my question is, that junk can be over there for more than 60 years. And I've been going to that junk for 20, 25, I think. After these people, the gentleman or his father, I don't know, was owner of that junker, right, in the 60s. After that came his brother, or then after that two more guys. One of them was my friend. They put all those cars in the back, more than 15 or 20 cars in his job, right? All those cars at that moment, I can say they have oil, or I can say they have fluid inside. I can say that. But why all that years, more than 20 or 25 years, that didn't bother to nobody. Now to this guy, he moved all those cars. What's the problem now? Somebody called the other day, like I think it was for Forest. They sent two guys over there because they want to find something to scam him, right? And those guys said, no, you're okay. Everything is fine. We got the paper over there, right? Other thing is the lady showed one of the van over there, the van with the trailer. That's my van. The first one, when I get there, other things. The motors, when we bring it, we put in pallet. At least my motor, we put in pallet. And then if we don't have pallets, we put a big carpet that want to come in the trunk, we put it behind the motor. Doesn't matter if it's hot oil or not, because I ship all those motors to my country, right? And she was showing my van over there. That van wasn't on the street. That van wasn't in his property. He owned the property. So I think if I come and I drive back in my trailer and I put in his job, it's enough space over there. A couple of weeks ago, like around 4:45, I came from the junket with 3 motors and 1 trailer. So I was 4:45. I know we only have 15 minutes to close. He wasn't there. He just put them over there, and because he was in another place. When I was backing up giving reverse in my van, it was already inside the job, right? And when I tried to go from my truck, my van, the train is going. So I called the towing truck. I'm going to leave the trail over there, and I'm going to take my van. Somebody, I don't know who, called the police. When the officer coming, he said, "Oh, somebody called again, but you're fine. You are inside. You're not in the middle of the street." When the towing truck came, somebody take a picture from me, and I just want to say to whoever did it, that's illegal. Take picture from people in the street is illegal. I'm not a lawyer over here. I'm a lawyer in my country, but I know that's illegal. Take picture in the street for somebody. And I used to have a company, towing truck company. Any towing truck company have a permit to block the street until they put the car inside in the top of the towing truck, right? They got a business to block the street. Somebody taking me a picture because a couple of people was waiting, right? But the police know already. He said, okay, no, because the guy was close. So I just want to let them know, whoever doing that, that's illegal. Take a picture. I just found out like 2 weeks later after that, right? But I don't think that's right. I think it's somebody trying to do something, I don't know. But you can prove that about the motors. It's no oil, it's no leaking over there, it's nothing like that. Nothing like that. Thank you.
A couple of weeks
Just
ago,
state your name again.
Timothy Colon, Mine Hill Road. A couple of weeks ago, we were here, so he had to crush an X amount of cars. Don't you think the one thing he would have brought for evidence is how many cars he crushed? He can't even tell you. But you're going to let him go another 2 weeks when he can't even say, okay, I crushed 100 cars, here's the evidence. When they go to the scrapyard, somebody's going to pay for them. The scrapyard's not going to pay for 8 cars and give you a receipt for 50. It makes no sense. That's the one thing he should have brought. His lawyer shouldn't even know that. He should have said, hey, you better bring the documents. You want to stay open. You guys shouldn't let him open. Why should we babysit him? It makes no sense.
I think having a log is something that's required. We need to understand what needs to be recorded from a state and municipal level. I think, okay.
All right, go ahead, and then we're gonna.
John Gray, 2000 Pound Hill Road. I am a HVAC service technician by trade. I'm an EPA card carrying member. It's a license to carry a refrigerant, and I was just curious as to what the owner of the scrapyard did with all the refrigerant in the vehicles when he crushed them.
Good question.
Yeah, where's the refrigerant? Hydrofluorocarbons are extremely bad for the environment. One chlorine atom can destroy like 300,000 ozone molecules. So it's pretty bad. So if you have there's 5 pounds or less in vehicles, 5 pounds of refrigerant can destroy entire communities of ozones. And if he crushed 150 cars, there's, I don't know, do the math on how many hundreds of pounds of refrigerant there is. The EPA fines $10,000 per infraction. This is a big deal. I would be fired. So I just want to know, we're required to fill out audits, reports for audits, handling of refrigerant, document how much we pulled, where it goes, etc. The EPA requires that, and he should be able to produce those documents. Also, the EPA tests our drinking water. The last test was in 2019 for heavy metals and stuff. I would like them to test our water again. So, thank you.
Very insightful. Thank you. Okay. I think we have our motion. Do I need to restate it?
Continue the public hearing.
No.
Continue.
Motion to continue the public hearing and allow this business to continue operating within the confined scope of cleaning up to abate all violations and to also provide us with the points that Mr. Punchak listed. I'll restate them. Environmental compliance records from a DEM and it sounds like EPA perspective. Also an understanding of what that protocol is for this type of business. Whether or not a special use permit will be required if you need to operate outside of the current scope of the previous non-conforming use. We have fence completion. That was one of the violations from our building official that needed to be completed. Minimizing the expansion of operations. It sounds like that's not just pulling cars within the confines of the property, but that's ensuring that you're operating within the scope of the current non-conforming use unless you determine you need otherwise, and to determine whether a special use permit is required. And then state, and I would also say municipal compliance, what that looks like for this type of business. And then we need to determine if you are compliant with those requirements. That is it. Oh, to a date certain of January 5th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
No.
Mr. Punjak.
No.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
We can take a 3-minute recess in case anyone wants to leave prior to opening up the next item on the agenda. Sure. Is that yours too? Yeah.
Why? Because I want to call you an exact address. Okay, do I have to phone? Yeah. Yes, my mom's gonna have you have to hold me. But I want to get a little more in case you get lost, I can mark that. Okay, so your full name, your initial, well. 12 name would be. No, I'm. Okay.
In your office?
Well, the school normally closes at 10, so I don't know. We don't have permission to stay later than that as of now. I have two.
Marilyn, Marilyn, I love your jeans. You do? Yeah.
All right, discussion by council vote or other action on petition / application for an amendment to the zoning ordinance pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 45-24-50 and 45-24-51, 45-24-53 as follows. One, petition / application for amendment to zoning ordinance filed by Pound Hill Realty LLC, 618 Greenville Road, North Smithfield, Rhode Island 02896, the owner of the parcel of land situated off Old Oxford Road, Pound Hill Road, and Pine Hill Road in the Town of North Smithfield, more particularly described as Town of North Smithfield, Tax Assessor's Plat 7, Lot 38, consisting of 89.44 acres, subject property, and text amendment and a zoning map amendment to the zoning ordinance of the Town of North Smithfield, the zoning ordinance. The proposed zoning amendment will create a new zoning district, Industrial Space Management District 1 overlay. The intent of the district is to allow mining, quarrying, sand and gravel extraction, loom stripping, stone cutting operations, crushing, washing, and/or processing of materials. The zoning map amendment proposes to amend the zoning designation of the parcel of land located at 14 Pine Hill Road in Town of North Smithfield, more specifically described as Assessor's Plat 7, Lot 38, the property from Rural Agriculture RA and Rural Estate Agriculture REA to Industrial Special Management District 1 overlay. Continuation of public hearing and discussion by council vote or other action.
Madam President, I will recuse myself at this time.
Okay. Make a motion to open.
I would like,
These mics aren't great.
I would like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Who's, is GZA? Okay. Sir, if you'd like to come up to the podium. And if we can try and keep the lawyer commentary down to minimals, just so we can try and get in as much public as possible. Is it on? There you go.
Hello. Hi, I'm Tony Urbano with GZA Environmental Incorporated. We were hired by the town to review provide a peer review of the previous testimony that was provided. Testimony was provided by Mr. Robert Ferreira, Mr. Richard Grohl, and Mr. Mike Hammond. There was all video testimony that we reviewed, but in addition to that, we also reviewed available USGS geologic maps and superficial geology, bedrock geology maps, air photos, and we reviewed the public available information that the EPA's provided for the Weston Sand and Gravel property, which is abutting the property to the west, and also the LR&R property, which is about 1,200 feet to the northeast of the property. In addition, I performed a site reconnaissance to walk over the site to see what conditions were like at the site. All of our findings we put together in October 7th, 2025 letter report, the peer review, which is relatively extensive. All that information is provided in all the details of our findings and whatnot. At the end of the report, we had conclusions and recommendations, and those were generally incorporated into the 13 stipulations that were provided by the town planning board. Those are some of the conditions basically that were incorporated into, I guess, the recommendation to move the thing forward. In particular, on those stipulations, the major things that we were looking at are the geohydrologic impacts, the blasting impacts, and potential blasting impacts, and the potential adverse impacts from air quality and dust and silica. So those are like the three main areas that we're investigating, but that may be impacted. One of our things was to have them include a dust control mitigation plan that was both prepared and implemented to control dust. RIDEM, Division of Air Pollution Regulations, basically kind of cover that, but it prevents migration of dust particles beyond the property line. So that would be one of the conditions that is in there. There's another one that, and it's already been has been going on, but that's the blast vibration monitoring and abutter notification. All the testing to date has shown that there's been no exceedances, but it should continue as they continue to expand to make sure there is no adverse impacts, basically to structures and whatnot. In addition, we recommended, it was incorporated into a site restoration plan. So the site restoration plan would provide a bottom elevation for the quarry and would provide like side slopes for the perimeter. There'd be steep side slopes for the rock, but more gentle side slopes for the area where sand and gravel's been excavated. And by knowing, so basically one of the questions on the hydrogeologic side was what are the potential adverse impacts to that? And it can't, the information to date shows that it doesn't appear to be any really adverse impacts that are readily noticeable. But as they continue on with whether they go deeper or more laterally, they may potentially have other effects. So once you know the bottom elevation that the quarry is going to go to, at that point, then you can evaluate potential adverse impacts. What we recommended is putting some monitoring wells in around to the northeast and to the southwest, basically, of the quarry. That would allow an evaluation of whether the water level is being dropped or not from the quarry operations. The concern there would be is if the water level drops significantly in an area where there's bedrock water supply wells, it might affect the yield of the wells. So, but the drawdown is always greatest right at the quarry, and the further you're away, those less and less drawdown. And that's sort of a function of how much they're going to excavate below the water table would be. Once you know that depth, you'll have a better idea how much it might propagate away from the quarry and whatnot. I think there's also like a 200-foot setback, so you have that like as a minimum, but you still has to, we're recommending the hydrogeologic consultant evaluate the bottom depths and then basically evaluate if there is a potential adverse impact to those wells, and identifying the location of the wells and well construction and whatnot. Let's see, as I said, there are two Superfund sites, the LR&R. It looks like there's no potential implications from the operations at this point, but if they continue to go deeper, they might. So therefore, we're recommending monitoring wells in that direction. On the western sand and gravel, which abuts the property, Again, the sand and gravel, the way the system's operating, the water comes out of the bedrock and they pump it into the sand and gravel, so it kind of recharges. So the water that's at the site never really leaves the site. It just kind of comes up out of one end of the pit and then recharges into another area of the pit. So which is good. It's kind of maintaining overall recharge on the property, basically. But if they continue to go into the rock, there's a chance that the bedrock groundwater flow beneath that facility, which has low levels contamination, but there still is some, might have it. So that's why that we're recommending that they provide the hydrologic consultant review, and then I think one of the 13 conditions was to be a third-party review of that report to evaluate what they say and just evaluate whether there's an agreement on what the findings are of that study. I think the last thing that was added was was a performance bond or a liability insurance would be if there is, but the intent is if there is problems that the quarry operator would address anything that would happen over time, dust control issues or potential private well issues and whatnot. But then the performance bond would be as if they didn't act, this would cover the funding, I believe. So those are the general recommendations that we included and what was incorporated into the planning board meeting. So if you have any questions, I guess I'm available.
I do. So you just stated kind of quickly, low levels of contamination. Can you expand upon that low levels of contamination? What are you talking about?
So these are the two Superfund sites. So Western Sand and Gravel has a very well-known contamination. A lot of it's in the overburden aquifer, and that's been migrating. In addition, there's some also low-level, I think it was more recent, they do a 5-year review, and as part of the 5-year review, I think they found 1,4-dioxane and PFAS or something, low levels, but detectable levels. And that's something that we would be worried. Right now in that southwest, so this is the western side of the site, the southwest area, the rock excavation activities to date have not extended, it doesn't appear to be extended below the water table, so there won't be any impact. It's only, and we don't know what their plan is, but if they plan to go deeper in that area, that's where you'd have some type of monitoring well network and to evaluate if you're going to change the bedrock, because the overburden, because of the way there's so much recharge from the groundwater wouldn't change, but it's the deeper rock is something that might have been possible.
So the contamination is on the two.
On the Western Sand and Gravel, and the other one is way over in the LR&R, which is pretty far away, but they've gone much deeper and below the bedrock surface in that area, and that's why there's a concern about that.
All right, so I have a couple of questions on your report. You make a comment, based on quarry observations during the site visit, reported water management and area hydrogeology, aquifer dewatering is occurring in the quarry, but the volume of groundwater pumped is relatively small, about 30 gallons per minute. So I think that is kind of a relative statement. If a home is required to have 5 gallons per minute at their well, that's 6 homes. So to those 6 homes, it's not a relatively small quantity. If they don't get their 5 gallons, they pretty much.
Well, we looked at the entire site, this entire site itself, and it's like a 90-acre site. And if you look at the amount of rainfall that happens per year, it'd be an equivalent to keep all the runoff from the site. Not all the runoff goes into the pit, but a lot of it does. They'd have to pump like 200 gallons a minute. So that's just surface water runoff. Of that 200 gallons a minute, about 30 gallons a minute might be. I mean, this was not that's just an approximation to put it in a perspective. It's a lot less groundwater than it is surface water. It's mostly surface water.
So I'm glad you brought up rainfall. When you visited the site, was the dewatering pump running?
No, so all the water drains into a pit, and that pit can fill up. And then basically they turn a pump that pumps like 1,000, 2,000 gallons a minute for a few hours.
My question, was the pump running when you were there?
No, it was not running, but I interviewed the operator, and he said typically in the summertime, which is well, I think it was in the fall or something, early fall. That's when you typically get just groundwater unless there's a big rain event or something like that. And I think he mentioned it's operated for a few hours every few days or something like that. Which should be consistent with our rough estimate of groundwater flow. But whatever they pump out is not leaving the property, it's just going to the western side of the property, which is actually creating a bit of a barrier, so it kind of pushes the western sand and gravel. The plume is already going to the northwest, which is towards the Slatersville Reservoir, and that would just continue to push it in that direction.
Where is Hortonia?
What's that?
Where is Hortonia?
I'm sorry.
Hortonia.
Sorry, what page is that?
That is in the Appendix C, Property Values Summary. There's a statement, the town of Hortonia should seriously consider stronger protections for the regionally unique limestone natural resource that is present in the community. Looks to me like that was a regurgitated report from somewhere else.
There was a whole, actually, the whole appendices on, this is on the value of the property, whatnot, which is really an out-of-scope service if we just provided that information. So it's all there, it's stated, but it's just in a bunch of bullet points.
I do have one other question. Let's see. I think it's this one. If future, you kind of mentioned this, but if future quarry operations in the southwest portion of the site are planned to extend significantly below the groundwater elevation reported at the WSG property, generally less than 262 feet, GZA recommends the quarry operator have a hydrogeologic consultant evaluate whether those operations could draw groundwater contamination east from beneath the WSG property. So can you explain what would a hydrogeologic consultant, what kind of things would they do in order to, give the town a better understanding of, is there potential for this water to come back from WSG?
Yep. Well, again, the main thing that you need to have is the restoration plan, because right now there's not, it's a historic quarry, it's been operating, there's no bottom depth that they've defined where they're going to stop. So this would, once you have a restoration plan, which you don't just saying how deep they plan to go under, whatever scenario. Once you know that, then you can start working backwards to figure out, if they're going to go 100 feet below the water table. That was one thing. If they're only going to go 50 feet below the water table, it'd be a lot. You'd only look at the well. We did notice that there's a lot of private wells. Right now, there's not to the southwest of the property, basically, there's wells, and that's why there's a concern there. So, and actually the property goes like right up to like almost the backyard of some of the homes, I think at the entrance road and stuff like that. So no, there's already been a 200-foot setback, but that's like a minimum. It may or may not be enough to protect the yield of the water supply well. So that hydrogeologic consultant would look at where the water supply well actually are, where the wells are, how much drawdown is going to be. And then from that, they can interpolate how much anticipated drawdown might happen towards the water supply well. And as I said, this is the same area where you can make engineering judgments about what it's reasonable or likely that might happen, but the monitoring wells are something that would kind of prove it. You'd have a monitoring well, you could put I think we recommended putting a data logger, and then you could get it readings every hour or something like that, and then you can see. And if they're blasting and the water doesn't move, that's one thing. If you see the water table start dropping, then you got to take corrective actions or change the quarry operations to make sure they don't continue to move in that direction or something. So that was the kind of generally how it would work. And I think there's some other recommendations more specifically about getting an inventory of the private wells. We don't know the exact depth of the wells that they were. Typically a rock well in Rhode Island is usually about 100 feet minimum, and it can go up to 500 feet deep if it's a really low yielding well. So that's kind of the range, but we don't know if these are low yielding wells that they're installed by the neighbors, or if they're high yielding. That would help making that determination as well.
That's all I have for now.
So in one of your statements, you said that basically GZA considers the testifying experts from Mr. Ferrari, Grohl, and Hammond to be credible. So was there anything in their testimony that you did have, you just weren't certain about, or were they like right on with what?
No, they were, but it was like, testimony with there's not enough available information to make an opinion, basically. So like when you're impacting the impact on a private well, you need to know well construction details. And so we put in our recommendations just the details of what's going to be necessary to make that opinions and whatnot. But there was a lot of testimony about the Western Sand and Gravel. We completely agree that the dikes they have there and what like that, there's really no issue. There was some runoff issues and made the dikes higher and whatnot. So we would agree that there shouldn't be a problem over there. And there's a monitoring program that the EPA is implementing to looking at the water levels that are underneath the Western Sand and Gravel. And they actually have a telemetry system. And I think they download the data every week. And they're always checking it to see if the water level rises. So if that does happen, communication with the property owner could quickly address that if there ever. It was a very wet season that they encountered the high water levels, and the water levels dropped significantly since then. But now there's a system to monitor continuously to see if it ever got up high again.
Okay, thank you. John, do you have any questions?
Help me understand. So if the water, if the Superfund site's at a certain level.
Yep.
And then the quarry is digging lower than at the level of the Superfund site, how would it be possible for the water to contaminate the Superfund site if it's above the level of the quarry?
So right now, the quarry has excavated in that southwest area, but it's all above the groundwater table. So there's no, at least from what we could see, there was no indicated that there's even a possibility for it to be a problem.
Okay.
But if the quarry, there's certainly room in there to go deeper. And as they go deeper, that would be the thing that would, again, the sand and gravel, which I think 95%, I'm just estimating, of the plume is in the overburden and is always going to go away from the site. But our concern was that small amount that's in the bedrock has a possibility to come back, and that's put a monitoring well network in there and evaluate it. So,
okay, so if I read the report right, generally speaking, you concur with their experts?
yes, yeah. I mean, there was no written testimony. Just from what they said, we would agree with the statements that they made.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clear? Any questions? Anyone in the audience have any questions or any comments? If you can come up, please. Can you state your name, please?
It's Ann Lilly, Maple Lab Forestdale. My question has to do with monitoring the dust. We were told, the question has to do with the dust and monitoring the dust. I believe that the quarry had told us there was no dust, that it was just water. So is dust being emitted from the quarry during blasting?
Yeah, dust is created, but what the dust management plan is to basically put water on the road. So it's usually along the roads where the trucks are going back and forth. If it's really dry, create a lot of dust basically. So the water management plan, and actually what we have in there is the best management practices is implementation of those. And one of them is paving. So if there's a main travel road, like the entrance road that goes down Pine Hill Road or something like that, street sweeping and watering that area, as well as the main road that goes down into the quarry is an area with a lot of traffic, basically. So that would be paving if necessary, but dust control to keep down that dust that would be generated when the trucks are going back and forth and whatnot. So, and then throughout the quarry is just, dust control, water management. It's a very good use of, basically if it's already wet, it doesn't have to add water. But when sand basically gets dry, it can have a tendency to create dust.
I think she's referring to, though, the dust for the blasting.
Oh, the blasting dust?
Yeah.
I think the testimony was that it wasn't blasting dust. It was like a water vapor. It's just water, basically.
The question is, do you agree with that?
Oh, yes. As far as that blast, and
Yes.
the thing that's coming off of
When you
that
say
blast.
you see a plume traveling across that's what she's, I think, referring to. So that's water vapor?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone else have any other questions?
James Richardson, Andrew. I live at 15 Oak Valley Lane. It's actually in Burrville, which is kind of put me at a little bit of a disadvantage here. But I just would like to ask this gentleman, I guess I want to make sure I understand you correctly. You said there were no violations in any of the seismograph blasting results that they've done recently?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we went by the testimony. We did not review all the logs, but we were told during testimony that there were no. Yeah, there's the sound of it. That's something different. But there's the movement.
Nothing to do with what I'm going to be talking about. So, probably about a month ago, I happened to be home when they blasted, and I got to tell you, lived in Alaska for over 3 years, lived through a lot of earthquakes, know what a house looks like when it shakes at a 3-4 degree magnitude earthquake. This thing here rattled the living hell out of my house. My back door windows in my sunroom were shaking so bad I thought they were going to break. So we had them come out probably about, I don't know how many years ago, to do some testing in my property when they were blasting. The day they put the graphs or the sensors in the property, the day they blasted to get the results, it was like somebody shot off a little salute somewhere. We could barely hear it, barely felt it. So I have no belief that they are actually going to be doing what they say they're going to do as far as blasting goes from the results that I've seen since I've lived there. Been on the property for 20 years, and it has just been awful recently, especially this last one was terrible. My house has damaged, okay? And a little history. Before I purchased my property, I had a GZA, or I don't know if it was Clean Harbors or GZA environmental engineer look at Western sand and gravel to see which way the contaminants were flowing from that pit. So we know that the lots that are towards the northeast side of those wells were all contaminated from Western sand and gravel. So now if we're going to sit here and talk about draining water tables down, now that the flow of the liquid is going in that direction. So before I bought, I made sure that there was going to be no impact to my well. That they put the well to feed those properties down the street from my house. So my concern is we start drawing water tables down, with playing Russian roulette here, whether we're going to contaminate all these other wells with the stuff that's over at Western Sand and Gravel, because we don't know how deep they're going to go. I have no respect or can't believe that anything these gentlemen say is the truth, because from what I've seen, it's absolute bullcrap and lies. So I'm very concerned with what's going to happen to the wells, not only to my neighborhood, but also towards the other end. They start drawing that water table down. It's just absolute craziness to think that we're going to allow this to even be considered in the proximity to a Superfund site. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So I guess what I want to clarify
State your
is
name, please.
I'm concerned about silica dust. And you're talking about dust from the trucks. So do you have, I didn't hear you say anything about the silica dust that might emanate from the site. Do you,
The dust is just what you can see basically, and so that's why we talk about the dust. But it's the silica is within that dust clouds basically. It's
so,
but it, well, I mean we stated in our report, but there have been numerous. No, I know, but there's numerous studies that have been performed to kind of see if silica is affecting properties and stuff like that. There's the silica on the facility where the workers are, and that's controlled by OSHA, and there's all kinds of inspections and stuff like that. So there's a lot going on there. But then there's been studies in other areas of the country that have looked at, is silica dust coming from gravel operations and stuff like that, and the data doesn't suggest it. But by maintaining the dust, you're basically controlling the silica because it's all.
okay. Now, I've read about South County, and they have had a silica problem from the gravel pits there for years. And how is this site different?
I am not familiar with which one you're talking about, but I mean, if there is no dust suppression, there would be then you would have problems. If there is a dust control plan and you're putting down water and you're keeping the dust down, that's what.
So nothing is coming from the site, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, well, Rydam has regular. I mean, if you have concern, you can go to Rydam, and they have air quality, and they would basically evaluate. But basically, what Rydam Reg says is that the dust can't come off the property. So if you're off the property, the intent is to stop it all, so that prevents the dust from coming.
That doesn't sound like. In February 2023, DEM cited them for having dust clouds coming off the site. And the water vapor that they continually talk about does not carry any kind of silica dust or crystalline silica or anything like that. No.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
The dust, which is with the sands and whatnot.
Well,
but I mean, yeah.
But the cutting of when you're cutting rock of any kind, you get a dust. And everything is controlled within the site.
I mean, what I can mention, I know at the town planning board, there was a question, and basically, you can do a dust monitoring program. But it's not a continuous thing. But if there's a concern or something like that, there are devices that can basically be put and basically test the air for silica and stuff. So if there was if that was a critical thing, that could be addressed basically. You don't want to do it during different times because if the wind isn't blowing and all that other stuff. But yeah, all the studies have shown is that it really isn't necessary.
Okay, so what I'm concerned about is it's a back to back to a residential area. And nobody has spoken about how all of this is going to affect the children,
No, I just historically, the studies that have been done in other areas of the country.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, you can keep it up there, so that way people come out. Anyone else?
Are these questions for him or anyone?
Well, anyone, but he's here to answer.
I would like to speak then, Jim. I went back and I'm Richard Grubb from Follett Street. I went back and reviewed YouTube videos all the way back to the beginning of this year. I looked at the February 6th meeting or 10th, I forget what it was. I guess it was February 10th of last year when the quarry first presented their position and suggestion. for the overlay project. And then I looked at some of the videos from the planning board, and then some recent videos, and particularly the planning board just last week that made the recommendation that they would approve this zoning overlay, which blew my mind. I wanted to remind you of a couple of things because Mr. Landry has a habit of kind of telling a fuzzy story. And he's maintained right from day one, right up until the meeting last week, that basically we're going to keep mining no matter what you do because it's our right. And I wanted to remind each person in this room that the quarry lost the case. They came at us like they're doing us a favor, and we lost the case. We're giving us an opportunity to gain control. Well, the Judge Procaccini specifically told him to come back to us and work out something with zoning, not suggest a zoning overlay change, just work out a variance with zoning. But they kind of threw it up that we're grandfathered in for 89 acres, and we have every right to mine this as we see fit. And it's too bad. We're just giving you a bone to kind of settle you down. Well, I wanted to go back and actually talk about a little bit of history, because Judge Procaccini was aware that the tax department at North Smithfield had combined the 3 lots for tax purposes. But he specifically did not make a judgment that the 3 lots had grandfathered properties. In fact, I have to believe by the wording that he had that in mind. When he, first of all, talked about the history, the peasants did not apply for an earth removal permit, zoning change, or use variance for the new lot. However, plaintiff, which is them, blasting and excavating the new lot once it was purchased in 1987. Our zoning prohibited new mining from 1979. So 8 years later, they bought the property with full knowledge that we had our zoning requirements and then proceeded to mine it anyway, without seeking a permit, but just going about their business. We had an inspector, Mr. Benoit, who got a cease and desist order to stop mining the newly purchased land. Immediately, there were, well, maybe not immediately, within months, there were injunctions against the town from enforcing our own ordinances. And Benoit went out there and said, I want to see the new lot versus the old lot. He couldn't see it. They said, the lot lines aren't available because I've already dug in and mined part of the new lot without a permit. Now, that was 35 years ago. Now, we have certainly capabilities of measuring lot lines with GPS or laser or whatever, and we could go back and determine those lot lines and say, you know what? You never had grandfathered rights. You claim you have grandfathered rights, but you never did. I checked this with our own officials here in town. It's not been proven in a court of law. It's only a claim. And to me, presenting a claim as if it's a truth is the same as a lie. And it's just another example of how the quarry twists what it does and then offers this magnanimous solution, a little pat on the head, which I see as the moral equivalent of a white panel van and an old man outside of a school saying, I have a puppy. But if you do, for some reason, decide to approve this overlay, I suggest we name it a more descriptive term, which I would nominate Suckers of North Smithfield, zoning overlay number 1.
Anyone else?
I'm going to get at the mic, and I'm not going to whisper because that's what it's been all night. Scott Walling, 563 Greenville Road. Just with the dust that's going off the property, the fugitive dust, has anybody been on the site and been invited during a blast here? Anybody? Nobody's been on the site? And we're making a decision to go further. We haven't even started. They don't have an earth removal permit. Prove it to us. They don't have it. They're not following the laws. It's just like this gentleman here on Providence Pike said early in the night. That's all he wakes up to. It's this, it's that. But it is a problem that you've created, not you group, your group here. It is a problem that this town has created on the site of I guess it's 600 Greenville Road. Okay, we screwed that up big time. Okay, why do we want another one? Why? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's just like the other guy with the junkyard. Are we ready to hire 2 more babysitters? Because that's what we need to solve these 2 issues. They have to be babysat because they do what they want. Mr. Landry has told everybody that. Great job. Great job. And I'm asking you to really think this. If they say they're going to control the dust with berms, with screens, why isn't it there now? Get it ready for some kind of approval that you're showing us. It's right. Right now, yeah, we'll do that like everything else, and it'll never happen. So I'm asking you not to go forward with this until more decision has been made because they're not good neighbors. And how anybody can stand here and say the blast goes off, it comes up, and it doesn't leave the property when we all seen Jason Rich's videos, okay? Back in 1987, I was the one that found out that they were blasting on Greenville Road illegally because I just finished washing my car and it rained sand. So that left the property. So what's different? 40 years later on Pine Hill, it's the same thing going on, different area. And I feel bad for everybody that lives there. It's not ending. It's never going to end. They're going to do what they want. So we need to just stop this and just keep fighting with them because they're acting, these 7 suits here are acting like they're doing us a favor. They're doing nothing but trying to intimidate you guys and to try to see that they're coming up with an educated guess. I don't buy it. I'm hoping you don't buy it. I just really, the town has let me down on my end of town. I'm hoping it doesn't happen up there. And I really appreciate it if you really consider this. And the other thing I'd like to add, did anybody get a letter from Jason Richer? From the, he's a physically handicapped guy, he can't be here tonight. Does anybody intend on reading his statement so he can have a chance under the disability laws? Can that happen? Okay, that's all I'd like. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else?
No problem. Hi, everyone. Beth Newberry, 53 Follett Street. The town council tonight has before it the decision on whether or not to create a zoning overlay for one business. We've listened to many people in town lay out the various ways in which this business is operated without permits and to the extent of purchasing abutting land under the guise of having a horse farm so that they could then turn around and expand their quarrying operations. At the recent planning board meeting, Ms. DeCristoforo aptly pointed out that Mr. Landry keeps speaking in very threatening language, essentially saying that the quarry can do whatever they want or play nicely. And this is their attempt to play nicely. Material Sand has painted a vision for the ways in which they will be doing this with buffers and berms and dust reducing walls and a plan for what happens when they're done with their quarrying operation. Truth is, if they wanted to do all of these things, nothing was stopping them from doing things prior to now, as has been previously mentioned. There's already a zoning overlay district in this area, one that supersedes a district that they would like to create. In Ordinance 6.19, which you've heard me reference earlier tonight, there's a section that discusses pre-existing non-conforming businesses, and it states that in making such determination, as I said earlier, the board shall give consideration to the demonstrated reliability and feasibility of the use and pollution control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quantity and quality which would result if the control measures performed at less than designed efficiency. We heard Mr. Urbano talk about 1,4-dioxane tonight, which is a known human carcinogen. We heard him talk about PFAS, which is a forever chemical that never goes away. He said it should be okay. In addition, the board shall take into consideration the sensitivity of the water body to which the site drains. I think we all know what water body that site drains to. I urge you to vote no on this overlay and focus on the priority of protecting the aquifer. This quarry is sitting precariously close to 2 existing Superfund sites, and this company has not shown throughout its history that it can be trusted to not disrupt those sites or contaminate the aquifer. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello. I'm Muriel Halloran, and I live on Douglas Pike, 62 Douglas Pike. My property, which is, well, actually, I deeded it to my grandson, but I'm speaking for my grandson, his wife, and their 2 children who now live in my house. Oops. I've been there for over 50 years, and the property actually abuts the quarry, and so I'm definitely affected. I think the most serious thing is I'm concerned with the blasting, because the blasting, it's going to move things from under the ground. And then I wasn't aware of silica dust, but apparently that's as dangerous as asbestos for affecting the lungs. Why would we, being the town, consider continuing this operation when they've been there since 1978, taking what they can? 1970, no, was it 78? Yeah, 78. So 58, is it? What's the number? 58? Okay, 1958, same year I graduated from high school. That's a long time ago. Because I'm 85 now, and I'm not really good with this microphone. Hey, make you laugh. So I'm saying no. A definite no, no, no. Don't continue this. I know people have jobs, I know people, but we have lives too. And let's think about the people who live in the vicinity and also people who are going to be affected by the silica dust. It's not going to stay on that property. No way. We have a lot of wind in this area. In case you haven't noticed, in the last few weeks, it's been windy. And so it's going to travel. And if it gets into the aquifer, which probably already has, we're going to lose our water supply. Slatersville Reservoir. No.
Anyone else? Let other people speak first.
Lucian Lamro, 1899 Pound Hill.
They talked about all this stuff, and I see it every day. When the wind is blowing, that silica dust blows right onto my property. I think I'm going blind sometimes, and I'm looking at the end of my field. I got to turn and look the other way to see that my eyes aren't bad, or worse than they actually are. And they talked about their blasts have been in compliance. I'd like to see the record they have for the first blast they had on the 3rd of July. I don't remember the year, but it was like at 6 o'clock at night. But there is no record for how high that blast was. And it almost knocked me off my feet when I was in my blueberry patch. And I've been through typhoons when I was in the Navy, so I can stand up pretty good. And the blasting shakes the house all the time. They had to put in filters for my well, which drive me batty at night when they run, because there was so much brown stuff. I don't know exactly what chemical it is or whatever. It was coming in my water every time they blast for 3-4 days. So I couldn't really do anything. Couldn't wash. I'd have to drink bottled water until it settled down again. And the blasts are just getting worse and worse. Oh, and the other thing about blast, you know what they say? They've been in their perimeters they're supposed to have. They're saying 30s or something now that I get, maybe 40. But you know what 100 is? It's knocking the plaster off the walls of your house. It's not even saying cracking it, it's knocking the plaster off. So, I mean, how can we live that way? And I've got a nice piece of land back there that I'd like to do some farming on. My imagination, I'd like to do some kind of community garden thing, but I don't dare use it because of all the silica dust. And they say, oh, they've been there. Well, I've been there just as long as they have. Because we moved in at what? December of '52, I think it was. So, where are my rights? That's my big thing. Thank you very much.
Hi, Rebecca DeCristofaro, 1931 Pound Hill Road. I'm speaking tonight as an abutter. I don't feel comfortable providing an opinion on which way you should vote. I said the same thing to the planning board the other night. I think you have information from residents as well as others. I think you'll make an informed decision. Before I go through the points, I would like to show you what everybody is referring to as far as dust. So Lucian Lamro, who is my neighbor, is referring to this dust cloud that comes through his property. And I just want to share this video. I'll have to find it because I just lost it and I don't want to flip through my pictures. Based on the recommendation of the Ethics Commission, I'm going to stick to my experience and I'm going to comment on some of the conditions that were outlined by the planning board. I made mention of these conditions the other night and I don't necessarily see that they were incorporated, and I think that it's important that the town council consider them. So they mention number 2, within the 200 feet setback, there should be a minimum of 100 feet of linear no-cut buffer from any abutting residential properties. Said buffer shall be supplemented with trees and et cetera. 100 feet, in my opinion, of vegetation is not enough to really mitigate the noise, even to mitigate the dust that I will get around to showing you. I know that they did talk about screens. I think that we need to really see what that is to ensure that, whatever they do put up really mitigates the degree of dust that does come off of that property, especially on a windy day. It comes off of the property on a Sunday, right? Like nobody's there to necessarily mitigate the dust that's coming off of the property 24/7. So we need to ensure that whatever this business does consider, that it's mitigating around the clock. I would also like to mention the traffic. So they would do a traffic study to understand, you know, the effects of the road, but also the effects of the abutting residents. Some of the trucks that come through there, the noise is just obscene. And it's not actually the material trucks. The material trucks are relatively quiet. It's mostly the contractors that come in to pick up. You can hear these guys coming down Route 7. They're coming down Route 7, they're turning into Pound Hill Road, they're turning into Pine Hill Road. I mean, I can hear it within the walls of my house. It's well above the allowable noise decibel level in town, and I don't necessarily know how that could be abated, but it's something that we need to take into consideration because it is a significant nuisance. Additionally, the representative from GZA talked about how the depth of the mine could potentially impact wells. I think he mentioned that they would put into essentially test wells. I think that the mine plan that it sounds as though they're considering, it needs to be informed, but there needs to be an evaluation or at least some sort of impact study to understand the depth that they can go and at what point it actually impacts the wells. I don't think it should be like, I don't want it to be like a cart before the horse situation, right? Where we just keep digging down and digging down and digging down. Then all of a sudden, oh, okay, now wells are impacted because we dug too deep, right? I think the mine plan should very clearly articulate, based on this depth, we will not impact wells. Once we get to this depth, wells could very well be impacted. Lastly, but I don't see anywhere in the conditions, I know this was something discussed at past meetings, testing wells within a certain area, within residential wells within a certain vicinity of the quarry to determine, you know, whether the drinking water is safe. And then lastly, I think we've seen that, you know, this has been a 15-year issue, you know, this court case rather. And we've seen other issues come up in town where I don't necessarily feel incredibly confident that we have the resources to enforce some of the conditions that are outlined here. And I don't know if this is a possibility, but I would request that these conditions, dependent upon obviously which way the council votes, but in the event that these conditions were agreed upon, I would ask that the court uphold these conditions. So in the event that this business does not comply with conditions and we find that they are in violation, that, and I don't know how the legal system works, this is just Rebecca in an ideal world, that this actually go back to court and the court is able to uphold the conditions versus our zoning official, our building official. I think that we've seen in the past that we're kind of in this quagmire as a result of some lack of oversight over the last very many years. And in order to mitigate that from happening in the future, I think if we can put in some safeguards, that would be helpful. Thank you. I'm going to find that picture.
Anyone else can finish up? I've been asked to read Mr. Richards' statement into the record. Public statement opposing the proposed industrial special management district overlay for the Pine Hill Road quarry submitted under ADA accommodation. The proposed zoning amendment to create an industrial special management district overlay for the Pound Hill Road quarry operated by Material Sand and Stone flagrantly disregards North Smithfield's Aquifer and Groundwater Protection Ordinance, Section 6.1 of the Zoning Ordinance, which explicitly requires any mining operation to submit and obtain approval of a comprehensive hydrological study, ongoing monitoring wells, and a contingency plan for contamination before any permit or expansion can be considered. Yet the applicant's petition contains no such study, no monitoring data, and no contingency plan, relying instead on a paid GZA peer review dated October 6, 2025, that simply parrots the applicant's paid experts without performing any independent testing or verification, thereby deliberately evading the ordinance's clear mandate to protect the town's sole source
stratified drift aquifer from irreversible harm. This aquifer is part of the larger Blackstone River Valley groundwater system, a high-yield glacial sand and gravel aquifer shared with Massachusetts, supplying drinking water to thousands across state lines, and the quarry is dangerously sandwiched between two active Superfund sites laden with PFAS, forever chemicals, and 1,4-dioxane. The western sand and gravel site abutting immediately to the west with quarry discharges and infiltration ponds as close as 75 feet from contaminated areas, and the landfill and resource recovery site just 1,300 feet to the northeast. Ongoing dewatering pumps and unpermitted discharges in this location risk drawing in, mobilizing, or spreading these persistent toxins through highly fractured bedrock, where groundwater follows erratic fractured pathways and zones of least resistance, rendering plume tracking or containment virtually impossible and dramatically heightening the threat of irreversible interstate contamination that could expose Rhode Island and the town to massive liability, including potential lawsuits from Massachusetts or federal agency under CRCLA, the Clean Water Act, or transboundary nuisance claims if PFAS or 1,4-dioxane migrate northward into drinking water supplies. This evasion directly endangers the health, safety, and welfare of residents, as the proposed expansion will dramatically increase blasting, truck traffic, fugitive silica dust, and illegal dewatering in a densely settled residential area without any required health impact assessments, mandated setbacks greater than 200 feet from residents, or enforceable dust suppression measures beyond the applicant's self-serving promises, leaving families along Pine Hill Road, Pound Hill Road, and Douglas Pike to suffer uncontrolled respirable crystalline silicon exposure, proven to cause silicosis, COPD, and lung cancer, with death clouds so severe that the operator must illegally wash Pine Hill Road multiple times daily using contaminated quarry water that flows untreated into storm drains and wetlands in violation of DEM best management practices and the Clean Water Act. The proposal completely ignores critical air and water quality protection under the Clean Water Act, the Groundwater Protection Act of 1985, Class GA aquifers, zero tolerance for industrial discharge, and Rhode Island DEM regulations, as the GAZA report admits ongoing dewatering and infiltration ponds, but fails to address the operator's routine practice of hosing down Pine Hill Road with quarry effluent laden with sediments, chemicals, and heavy metals to control fugitive dust from overload trucks, sending all of it straight into municipal storm drains and adjacent wetlands in direct violation of the no discharge permit requirements and the town's MS4 stormwater obligations. Violations the operator remains in non-compliance with under the no discharge permit, as confirmed in recent federal oversight. Rhode Island DEM has logged multiple formal complaints, including the October 18th, 2025 wetland alteration oil leak on Route 7 and earlier road washing complaints, but has repeatedly refused to investigate or issue violations, instead sending emails denying any wrongdoing or even the need for investigation, despite photographic evidence and resident follow-ups demonstrating a clear pattern of regulatory abandonment that leaves the Branch River watershed and the interstate aquifer that feeds it completely unprotected, while residents bear the burden of enforcement. This inaction is now drawing urgent scrutiny from higher authorities, as just this week, U.S. EPA Region 1 confirmed they're actively responding to these exact concerns through their Superfund program to ensure the quarry's discharges aren't exacerbating contamination at the adjacent WSG and L and RR sites. This quarry has been operating illegally since at least September 1980 because owners Leonard and Constance Pezza failed to file for the required certificate of compliance within the 15-month grace period mandated by the June 1979 Earth Removal Ordinance, Chapter 11, Article 4, which requires all pre-existing operations to register the exact extent of their non-conforming use by September 1980 or lose grandfather status, yet no COC was ever filed for the original parcel, and a later application for the additional 32 acres was explicitly denied because lateral expansion of non-conforming uses is prohibited under 340-104, yet the operator has been illegally excavating those 32 acres since 2013 in open defiance of town law. Despite this clearly illegality, the town has continued to issue building permits and electrical upgrades under the status quo court order, effectively rewarding decades of noncompliance while residents suffer the consequences. Approving this amendment directly contradicts the North Smithfield Comprehensive Community Plan, particularly land use element goal 1, protect natural resources and rural character, and policy 1.3, limit extractive industries to existing sites with proven mitigation, as the plan repeatedly calls for preservation of rural landscapes, protection of groundwater, and strict limits on industrial expansion in residential and aquifer areas, explicitly stating that extraction operations shall be limited to currently active sites, and no newer expanded extraction operations shall be permitted in aquifer protection zones without full compliance with all protective measures, none of which has been provided here. Adding yet another industrial scale disturbance on top of the town's existing 500+ acres of solar farms, including over 400 acres at the Iron Mine Solar Project, plus the approved 162-acre Gold Property Solar Farm, will only accelerate the loss of the rural character that residents overwhelmingly reaffirm in the comprehensive plan update process and previous ballot initiatives. Legitimizing this illegally expanded, unpermitted operation through an overlay district sets a catastrophic precedent that will invite mining applications townwide, as any landlord or any landowner could demand the same special management treatment to bypass aquifer recharge zones, farmland, and residential neighborhoods without the rigorous site-specific reviews required by Rhode Island General Laws 45-24-51. The procedural defects in this process are undeniable. Multiple public hearings occurred with only 200-foot notice when both state law for map amendments involving specific parcels in North Smithfield Zoning Ordinance 340-5.25D require 1,000-foot written notice, as confirmed by Town Planner Mark Carullo's own email of October 7 through 8, 2025, suppressing public participation and violating due process. The quarry's long history of unpermitted earth removal, wetland alterations, fugitive dust violations, and Rhode Island DEM's refusal to enforce, despite logged complaints, demonstrates that self-regulation has failed, and partial summary judgment in 2023 preserved only the narrow status quo, not a license for expansion or amnesty for decades of illegality. For all of these reasons, the Town Council must reject this amendment to protect public health, including from irreversible interstate aquifer contamination and superfund plume migration, preserve our rural character, enforce our own laws, and honor the clear directive of the comprehensive plan and the will of the residents who elected you. Failing to do so, the rural character we voted for, approximately 90 and in favor in regards to the comprehensive plan, will be trampled upon, leaving North Smithfield as the state capital of solar farms and earth extractive industries. Thank you, Jason Richer.
We do have to get this closed up. Anyone else have anything quickly?
Hi, young lady. Hello, Bob Bellhumer, 219 Old Oxford Road, North Smithfield.
What's your name again?
Bellhumer, Bob Bellhumer. What the hell are we doing? Here's a guy who wants to put in test wells, because it may affect our wells. You're going to say, good. We're going to have any, there's no problem. He's going to put in test wells. Why? He must be perceiving a problem. You going to let him do that? You going to let him ruin this land that we have left over here? Right down the street from my house. He says, oh, blasting is nothing. My house shakes every time. Every time they blast, they send an engineer down and they put probes down by my foundation. He said, oh, you're all right. You're in the 30 or 35% or whatever. Everything shakes in my house. I repaired cracks on the walls. So, oh, that's where your house is built. Baloney. I lost a well a few years ago because the understructure in the ground moved over and I ended up with half a hole. They couldn't get the pump on. Guys, you got a half a hole. How does that happen? He says, some rock formation moved down here. Where's that come? We in an earthquake zone? Come on. I know damn well it's from the blasting. It moved something. I ended up replacing the well. And you're going to do this again to us, to all of us who live here? We got some nice property out here. We moved here because it was beautiful. It was a nice country setting, which is becoming less and less of a country setting. Now you want to put another hole over there? Come on, guys. Any of you guys live there? You live around this area? Think about it. You represent us. Thank you very much.
Couple of just detail points. At the planning board meeting, I wanted you to know that Mr. Landry specifically didn't agree to those 12 stipulations. He said they're a good start, and he even kind of mumbled that they can't meet all of them already because some of the boundary lines are closer than 200 feet. So please don't accept this based on those stipulations unless you get agreement from them that they accept those stipulations. I also noticed there was a road use permit granted by our town in 1990, and it stipulated 20 trucks a day maximum. I know people in these meetings and at the planning board asked questions and specified that there's upwards of 100 trucks a day. How did it get from 20 to 100? Is that operating under status quo? I don't get that. But our current road use permit doesn't have a limit. So let's figure out what happened, and the next time it's due up, think about what that limit should be if they're still in operation. I also heard someone at this meeting in February talk about Blackstone, Massachusetts having a bucket tax on their quarry, that every time a bucket load comes out of the quarry, the town gets some money. Mr. Landry again has made the case that this is a great benefit for the town. And more than one person asked him, how is that the case? We see how it's a benefit for you, but we don't see how it's a benefit for the town. Well, I thought one idea would be to follow Blackstone and charge them a bucket tax if they're going to be in business, and put that into a special fund somewhere. But then we could at least say, hey, it is to our benefit too. And lastly, I still believe you can do all this with a zoning variance. You could safely deny that request for an overlay right now. Back to the table and say, if you want to talk to us like Judge Procaccini said, and talk to zoning for a variance. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:36.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Anyone else before we move on?
I'd like to make one more comment in relation to the zoning overlay, and I stated this at the, Rebecca DeCristofaro, 1931, Pound Hill. I stated this at the planning board meeting as well. I don't necessarily feel comfortable with the zoning overlay in this town. I don't feel comfortable with the zoning overlay in this town because I feel as though it could become a loophole where there are other developers who may come into this town and say, well, you granted this business a zoning overlay to mine this property, so we're going to pursue a similar zoning overlay to mine this property because we need to mine the property in order to put up a development. I mentioned this again at the planning board the other night, where I don't know if this is happening in Burrville or Smithfield, I can't recall, but a developer came in, bought a big piece of property, and they requested to, not really requested, they have the right to mine the property for the next 10 years before they actually start building. So my concern is that by providing this business zoning overlay, you're opening up the door to other zoning overlay requests in the future. I think Mr. Grubb makes a solid point. Maybe the zoning overlay is not necessarily the answer. Is there another option in the event that's the route that the town council wants to go? And then lastly, I just want to share with you just a 30-second video on what Lucian Lamoureux is referring to when he says that there's a dust cloud that comes through the property.
Anyone else?
I, Philly,
State your name.
say my name again, Carol Drainville, Pound Hill Road.
Thank you.
I also attended the planning board meeting, and there was really long but very enlightened discussion. I have to say that I don't agree with the findings, but I thought the discussion was excellent. One of the things that came up, because there was a comparison between the comprehensive plan and the existing business. And one item on the comprehensive plan was prevent incompatible non-residential uses in residential neighborhoods. And I don't think anywhere you would find anybody who would tell you that a quarry was compatible with residential. But what happened during the meeting was they weren't sure that the residential preceded the quarry. Well, Muriel's house is 1785. And she found a map. It's a copy of a map, but I'm sure we could get a better one from the Historical Society that shows the cluster of houses, the residents living in, this is 1947. The quarry was bought in 1958. So in 1947, you can see it's a residential neighborhood. So when this was brought up during the planning board meeting, maybe things would have gone the other way, or some other stipulations would have been made, but there seems to be an issue as to whether that's a difference, and I would think that makes a difference. All these, when you listen here, you sink your money into your home, you choose a place to live where you'll be healthy and comfortable, and then along comes a change in zoning with a business that clearly, beginning from the beginning, would be not compatible. And I had also compiled in it, I would be redundant, but all of the times that they were cited, starting with the purchase, 1987, and cited for sand removal, and and it just goes on and on. And so if this was a positive, would be left in the hands of, it looks like a business that's not really reliable as far as considering the neighborhood.
Thank you. Anyone else before we continue?
Hi again. John Gray, 2000 Pound Hill Road. One of the first houses off Route 7. So you see these guys drive by every day, and some days there's more than 20. But their material guys are really respectful. I have nothing but respect for everybody over there. They're good people. But I don't know about the next company that comes in. So they're good, but what about the future? And I understand people are upset now. Some of these issues, like the dust, doesn't really affect me as much, but that's just the nature of whatever. My point here is, I think the tax was a good idea in the special funds, and we use that towards like air monitoring stations. That money goes towards the people most directly affected by this decision, whichever way it goes. I think there's some good ideas, and I'd be willing to give up a portion of my property to redo the road in front of my house. I've talked to the guys about it, and it seems like we can make this work, and that might help with some of the traffic issues. In front of the house, there's been a few accidents, not with these people, but with just in general in the community. So I just wanted to bring that up. Otherwise, have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I wanted to make mention that in the event that the town council does approve the zoning overlay, that this zoning overlay is specific to the business on this property. My concern is that in the future, if this business were to ever sell, that the zoning overlay could go to another business, maybe a bigger business with that doesn't have as much regard for the residents, or as much regard for the administration. So I don't know if that's something that could be stipulated, but the zoning overlay should be specific in the event the town council decides to vote this way. The zoning overlay should be specific to this business on this specific property. It is not to be grandfathered into the next business. It's my only request.
Is that it? Anyone else? Are you waiting to speak? Can we just make it quick?
Well, I'll be as compact as I can. I mean, some of these folks have spoken 3 times, so we've been here since 6:45 as well, but I'll be respectful, I'll be compact. We don't intend to call witnesses. We would like to make sure that the videos of the testimony that were presented at GZA are included as part of the record of these proceedings. I've got a memo here, a 1-page memo that lists the videos that were presented to GZA and that were part of the planning board record. I would ask that that be included as part of this record. And we also have an affidavit as to service of the notice to abutters for these proceedings, if I may provide those. So I'd like to say, I have a few comments about how we got here and where we are. Again, I will be concise. This all originated from a real conundrum in 2 respects. A zoning conundrum that there's been some reference to here tonight, and a transparency conundrum that nobody has been able to break through in the 67 years or so that this operation has operated, and 30 years of litigation. It remains a conundrum. From a zoning perspective, I have to clarify that I've been practicing for 46 years. I have never represented to anybody that my client would do whatever my client wants to do, no matter what the law says. That's a misrepresentation of anything that I said or would ever say. What I did say is that this zoning conundrum, which remains stuck with the court, which knows everything about these proceedings, this petition for a zone change, every step of this process has been reported to the judge that asked us to come here and undertake this process because it's such a conundrum. The conundrum is that we have a non-conforming use that preceded zoning. The lady here tonight that talked about non-conforming uses talked about all kinds of other non-conforming uses, but now not the ones that apply under Rhode Island law to mining operations and extraction operations. The law there is that because it's a diminishing asset and the very activity of mining involves expansion, every bucket of material being a further expansion to the operation. So to disallow the ability to expand in some way would take away constitutionally protected property rights to conduct that business. It's not like a gas station that can't get bigger. Extraction by definition means expansion. Expansion can go to the property line. Now this property under the zoning ordinance is all one property. It's 90 acres. That's how this property is zoned. So there is an issue in the court that has remained unresolved and may be unresolved for quite some time with respect to exactly how that works out with respect to this property. In the meantime, the operation continues. Both the old part of the operation and the new part of the operation have potential for substantial shelf life for further activity. The old property can go down and out. The new property is a question of how far it goes out and how that's been interpreted. But that could take a very long time to determine one way or another. And in the meantime, the property remains a conundrum, and it's not as easy as saying, don't allow a new operation in. It's not a new operation. It's an old operation that carries with it these rights. And hence we have a planner's report here that's very clear that you can't just say the zoning is rural estates, rural agricultural estates. There aren't going to be any rural agricultural estates on this property for a very long time. So whatever the zoning designation is really, not helpful here. Same thing with the comprehensive plan. The planner has noted that the comprehensive plan is for new future operations. It doesn't deal with pre-existing legal rights, especially this type of mining right, and that has to be considered. It's not as if every word in the comprehensive plan can be made applicable to this kind of use. And again, that is just an explanation of one of the reasons why this operation has continued and it's uncertain as to what's going to happen in the future. So our approach was to introduce some planning to this process where we're not guessing at how deep it goes. We're not guessing at how long it goes. We're not guessing what happens when it's over. There's been discussion on the table at the planning board about these 13 conditions that didn't exist before, about additional reports and planning that would be part of this ordinance under those conditions. A dust control plan, requirements and enforcement measures to be developed, that there be no transmissions across the property line, a mining plan that would determine how deep you go, where you can go, what types of buffers have to be honored, and that's measured and kept up to date over time as the operation gets lower, to make sure that that's safe and that there are periodic rock-to-rock checks to make sure everything's proceeding adequately and that the buffers and setbacks are adequate, and a reclamation plan for what happens at the end of the day and how does that get funded. And there have been discussions along these lines about the applicant, perhaps through some kind of bucket fee, as has been described, finance the compliance that would be required and the eventual reclamation. So all of these things, the 13 points and the various plans that have been discussed about being brought together, were deemed by the planning board to be a reasonable approach to this issue. The planning board determined that it's better to plan here than it is to simply allow things to develop on their own on an ad hoc basis, and that the transparency that the town's lacking, the inability to answer questions about who's doing what regulators done what, are there violations out there, would all be replaced by a regular reporting regimen where everybody's notified and the town has all of the notification that everybody else has. Now, we didn't expect that you would believe everything that our clients said about the operation. And we didn't expect you to do that. And there's been an awful lot of facts presented. There's been an awful lot of fiction presented, and everybody's got an opinion and everybody's entitled to opinion. But one thing we recognized at the beginning is that it was going to be up to us to establish a trust factor here. And it would have to come from genuine experts in the field who have qualifications, who have obligations not just to us, but their professional licensure to say things that were true. And so we brought people who are at the top of the game here in hydrology, water-related impacts. Mr. Ferrari is hired by many of the municipalities in Rhode Island to represent them in dealing with these issues. He went through extensive testimony about how not only is there no genuine risk of damage to wells or contamination, but that the berming and well structure that's been developed at great expense by the applicant is actually a valuable asset valued by the federal government for its impact in pushing contaminants away from this area and where they're supposed to go. It's a zero discharge site from that point, from that perspective, highly regulated, highly watched, and highly controlled, and very unlikely to result in any contamination or damage to anybody's wells. The seismologists testified as to how all these efforts were taken to measure the impacts of blasting, how it's all been done in accordance with state regulations, and will continue to be so, and that the types of disturbances that have been generated by this, there are other reasons why someone can feel an impact to their house, but the actual disruptions from this were evaluated as being no more than the width of a human hair, okay, based on the documented analysis of these activities over time, and that the movement is and the blasts are just within inches of meaningful long-term impacts. And then on the dust and silica control, again, someone who had a lifetime career at the Bureau of Mine Safety, personally familiar with all of the repeating testing that's been done on this property, that not only people off the site, but people on the site who are working on the site, working with these materials every day are well below the detection or actionable rate or relevant rate of silica in any measure. People who are right in the middle of these activities day and night. So, but we didn't stop there. When we were asked to consider it, we agreed to fund expert corroborating analysis, neutral expert corroborating analysis by a firm of the town's choice, agreed to pay for it, agreed to turn over all of the materials to that firm, whoever it was, and the town selected a very solid firm in GZA to do that, with the expectation that they would either agree with all of that testimony that you heard both sides of here, and the planning board heard all of the same things for many months. And the GZA firm took a long time to go through all of it, visit the site, form their own conclusions, and came to the conclusion that, and I'll quote right from the report, GZA considers the three experts to be credible and agrees with their testimony and responses to those questions with no exceptions for all of that material that was presented. Now, we think that's an important thing, and we knew that the concerns about whether these allegations about health and safety issues would be a distraction that could make it very difficult for anyone to even meaningfully consider this balance. Now, the planning board, again, determined that it would be better to plan than to not plan, encourage various safety valve type measures, additional requirements in addition to the ones covered in the 12 conditions. They made a 13th condition, and we did agree on the record that as to probably most of those conditions, we are either in compliance or will get in compliance. There are a number of them that require more discussion that could prove more favorable to the town. In other words, if you build a better berm
It can be that and invest the money on berming and netting and other factors. It can be more effective, even though and perhaps more expensive for us, but it could be more effective than a larger buffer. There are issues that need to be determined about if you're already within 30 feet, you obviously can't create a 200-foot buffer. So there are wording issues within that grouping. There are technical things. There are some waivers that read, well, you can't do this if it'll have an adverse impact. So what's an adverse impact? That needs a little work from people who are knowledgeable to define a standard that even our engineers are comfortable with. They want the standard to be the industry standard, but it's just too vague to say what's adverse. If somebody hears a loud bang, is that a violation, or is there a definition that would go into this? So when you came out of the plant, we're here tonight with two things being very different. One, the technical position we presented has been affirmed, and the planning board has made a very emphatic recommendation, not a close vote, to proceed and to continue to work on what we're working on here. Now, that was just 4 days ago, and there can be a lot of discussion about what these conditions should look like. And we're not trying to run anybody over on this, and never have. We've given you all of the time and all of the funding necessary to do what you feel should be done. Our sincere request at this point is to answer the question of, well, what do we do with this information that we have right now, and where do we take it? Our suggestion is that you approach this the same way you approach the technical dispute, and that is to go to resources that are neutral and professional, and that will be funded by the applicant, and take that information and the results of that process and factor that into what you're thinking about with respect to this text amendment, or tying it to pending litigation or whatever. I mean, we thought the text amendment device was a good device. There were people on the planning board that liked the whole structure of where we're going, but were worried about a text amendment because it might have a precedential value. We think that could be managed, but we're not laying on a railroad track for a text amendment. If it could be done in some other way, we'd certainly be open to that. And we're suggesting that the judiciary that has control of this case has a number of retired judges that are part of that package that serve as independent, neutral mediators that could look at this picture and help us put more definition, safety valves, parameters, guardrails on these conditions, on the plans, the issue of who pays, is there funding, what does the funding look like from the applicant, work through a mediation process with qualified, neutral moderator, and bring that back to this discussion, or to whatever further consideration the town council may deem pertinent as to the direction this whole thing is to take. And we're patient. Again, we're not trying to run anybody over, but we've made a lot of progress here. I sense that it may be difficult without more for some of you to act on this, certainly to act on it tonight. And I assure you, from the applicant's perspective, if your goal is to gain better information, have the court weigh in on what's being done, that would be a constructive process, and we're willing and happy to work with you, continue to work with you toward that end. Thank you.
I'm personally not really thrilled about what you just said, in the sense that I don't want the courts to get involved at this level right now, because all that's going to do is just kick the can down the road. The courts, as we know, they grind so slow. We're talking months, if not longer, for the courts to really get involved and get their hands on this. So I would like to address this before it gets to.
Can I make a quick response to that? Because I think you may have misunderstood. I'm not suggesting we go and ask the court to decide the case. That's something either side could always do. What I am suggesting is that there are retired judges on the court that serve as mediators in cases. They don't decide the cases. It's not the judge that's going to decide the case that would be a mediator in the case. But sometimes the judges bring a level of knowledge and wisdom about what the court system is all about, and what the law is, that it can be helpful to both parties. But if the council is interested in pursuing a mediation, it doesn't have to be a judge. But we were thinking you may feel more comfortable if it's a retired judge as opposed to someone from a big engineering firm or something like that. But that's up to the council, how it wishes to proceed, if it decides to pursue that point.
I need to make a motion to extend the meeting again, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Any questions for me at this point?
Any other questions? There?
I have I have a good amount of questions or a good amount of comments, but obviously we're kind of against a time constraint. So I don't know, where do we go from here? I think we have to continue. It's like just a lot to unpack. I don't know that I'm in agreement with getting a mediator involved at this point. We see what we went through with getting GZA on board. I don't see this as being, or that mediator as being, a quick process. Not that, we're looking for a quick process, but, there's been 9 months. You could have presented that option to us, and here we are now having that option presented to us. So, the way I look at it, over the past 9 months, I'm seeing nothing has really changed from what the applicant is offering. Right now, we're still looking to continue our, keep going the way we're going and give us a yearly report, and, here's 12 conditions that, well, we may be able to, abide by some of them. We may not be able to abide by some of them. So, at this point, I'm going to make a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain of,
Is there much on that agenda, do you know? Oh, so what is it, the 20th?
I don't have anything on the agenda as of now.
20th?
uh,
January 20th?
I would prefer to do 2 weeks. Do
Then
we,
we have the,
HT? These guys can go first. HT can sit and wait. I don't know. I just,
you can do a special meeting.
I'm going to be honest, I disagree. I think that we're here now, the lawyers are here, the experts are here, we're here, the people are here. To continue this even further now, what's going to happen on the 19th? Then we're going to get a call, this guy can't make it, that one can't make it, let's continue it another 2 weeks. We're here now. As far as I'm concerned, when this all started, I was against the overlay, okay? And I've heard a lot of testimony, I've listened to a lot of people, and you know what, it hasn't moved the needle. I'm still against the overlay. So I'm personally, I'm ready to vote on this, and all this other stuff that we're listening to is great, it's important, it's informative, but really, it doesn't, the question is, do we want to allow them to have an overlay district or not? It's not, all that other stuff is good, and it lends into the discussion, but really, the bottom line is, for the overlay or against an overlay district? An overlay district, I think, would create a problem down the road, which was pointed out by several people tonight, about other people coming in, they're wanting an overlay, they're gonna want a mine. I personally feel that the overlay district is a bad idea. Personally, we should go to a negotiation or mediation, table this right now, table it or continue the meeting. And if we find they're not negotiating in good faith, if things are not going well the way we expected them to go, then we come back and we call the vote. We have that, we have that hanging over their head. But to continue this another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever delays, I'm ready to make the vote.
I'm not ready to make a vote. There's just too much information, and I think we're putting ourselves in, I'm not ready for a vote tonight.
What more information do we need? It's not, I know what you're thinking, is the sense that the experts are saying this about, is it silica, is it not silica? That's all, don't let that distract you from the fact that really what it comes down to is, do we want to let them have an overlay district or not? That's really what it comes down to. All that other stuff is important stuff, but it really, the question is overlay or not? Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion if that's the case. But you know, if you want, certainly, you say you're not ready, I'd certainly like to hear what you have to say.
I just don't want to put us in a situation that now they're gonna go to court and they're gonna force us into things. I'd rather see if there is some things we can mediate on. Like, I just don't want to shut this down and then be forced, that's all.
Well, that's a good point, because if we vote, there's not just two options here. A, we vote no. B, we vote the other way around. Excuse me. Vote, if A, we vote yes, B, we vote no. If we vote no, this is back in court and we lose the edge, we lose, and a judge is going to make the decision. If we go to mediation, we will have control and we can get rid of the whole overlay thing, and whatever we discuss, whatever we come to an agreement will be specific to this site only. Somebody else can't come in and say, oh, well, I want an overlay too, because it won't be an overlay. It'll be just specific to this site. And we can set the conditions. We can bring in all the concerns that were brought up by the planning board, all the concerns that were brought up by the people, our experts, their experts. They can all come to we can bring that all into the meeting, and we can hash it out. And if it's not going our way, fine, come back and call the vote. We have nothing to lose by talking. Just sit across the table and talk and mediate and hash this out once and for all. And then bring the results back to the council for final approval. And if it gets approved, what we agreed on in mediation gets approved, bring it before a judge, codify it. They have to agree, they have to obey it, and then we'll put this to rest once and for all after all these years. We have a real opportunity here.
How do we get to that point?
Get to
Like
what point?
going forward now. So if we don't continue the hearing, we don't necessarily want to vote on the overlay. How do we, move this thing forward so that it doesn't just keep dragging. That's my fear, is it just keeps dragging and dragging and dragging. And if we put the responsibility on the applicant to, really push this, at this point, I have no confidence that they would. Having these 13 stipulations from the zoning board, there's no time frame associated with it. There's got to be time frames associated, because, like John said, we've got an opportunity to, do something meaningful. So I guess that question's for you, David. How do we move forward?
thing, if you're going to pursue that, you'd have to continue it to a date certain to keep the application alive. And then direct some sort of activity, whether it's a negotiation or a mediation, and try to, I guess, put some time limit on when it would occur and some time limit when you get a response and how quickly that could be.
So, Mr. Landry, in 2 weeks, would you be able to, so if we go to a mediator or something like that, typically half a dozen names is, presented, and each side gets to, vet those 6 or whatever names and, come to an agreement. Would you be able to have, those names for us in 2 weeks to be able to, or even prior to, so that in 2 weeks we would know, who this mediator is going to be, so that, we can try to keep moving forward? Or do we go to 2 weeks and say, okay, here's 6 names, and then it's 2 more weeks to pick somebody?
Well, we could give you names. You have to, we have to decide mutually on who those people are. So in 2 weeks, you may want to check. It may make more sense to table the matter in order for the parties to reach an agreement on mediation, including the method of which the mediators would be chosen. We could probably do that in 2 weeks, where we have an agreement for mediation with certain kind of rules, or proceed under the rules of the American Arbitration Association. They have a whole procedure for selecting mediators. So that might make more sense than to try to negotiate each piece of that. We could work with David to come up with the structure of what that would look like and what an agreement on mediation would look like. Put a timetable by when it has to be completed, time frame by when the mediators have to be selected, who's going to pay for it, where it will be held, who can attend. I think we can do that. I mean, it's maybe early January might be on. Yeah, I think we could do that in 2 weeks.
I don't want to see this drag on either.
Christmas,
We should set time limits where certain steps along the way have to be met by certain time limits.
Right.
Because I don't want this to keep dragging on the way it's been.
Well, we don't either. I mean, we don't want it to drag on either. We suggested a mediation process may be faster than, it's going to be a lot faster than anything we've experienced here. It may not be all done in 1 meeting or 2, but it's something that can be convened without waiting for a trial calendar to open up. It can be done by agreement at any time, day or night, and the topics broken up and ordered. It may make sense to continue it to a day certain to have a general agreement on how we're going to come to an agreement, who's going to be involved in that process. I don't think it makes sense for us to stand here and decide who the mediators are going to be, but we can propose an agreement for mediation that we come with here at the next meeting. And I hope that's not going to be the week after Christmas. I don't know how many people. Would you hold meetings that week? Is that the week? Is that what we're talking about?
Our next meeting is the 5th.
The 5th of what?
January.
Oh, okay. Well, that's, I think that's fine. That's fine, but we could come with a proposed agreement for mediation, a proposal anyway, and the town probably won't be in a position to accept it that night. We'll provide it in advance, but you may consider doing something like tabling the petition and deputizing somebody to finalize that agreement in behalf of the town, and bring that back for approval somehow. I mean, I don't know, David, if you're thinking of something different than that, but
Whatever that period of time, whether it's 2 weeks, to have a proposal for the council to consider a mediation process. The mediation process, it can't be done in 2 weeks. It could be done in a month, but not in 2 weeks. Because a mediation is totally private. It's outside the court system. Involves a judge, but retired judge usually.
So a proposal in 2 weeks.
Proposal so that the council would know, the public would know what that mediation would be, potentially the names of the judges, to be retired judges. There's like, there's a handful of retired judges, Supreme Court judges and Superior Court judges that they're retired and they do mediation.
So the motion would be to continue this to date certain of January 5th with the stipulation of the proposal for mediation.
Yeah, and that'd give everybody a chance to think about it, and the proposal will be in front of you on January 5th. And if you agree, then you could vote for, assuming that's where you want to go, you'd be in a position that if you like what you heard, you could then authorize, and it would have to be somebody authorized. It might be a council person or the town manager or the town manager and the planner and me, or maybe, however, whatever team you wanted to put together. I mean, the information is public, it's been on the record, it's about communicating the information to a mediator. And a mediator is not an arbitrator and they're not a judge, in the sense that they're not going to decide the outcome that's going to be binding. It's non-binding. Basically, the mediation would either lead to an agreement that would be a consent order for a judge to sign, which would be specific to the project, or it would lead to come back and there's no decision and you would just vote. And I think that's what Councilman Beauregard was saying. He would want it to be
Right.
project specific.
Project specific, and if we find for some reason we believe that they're not negotiable, we'll call the vote.
Right.
That's all.
So do you want to make a motion for this particular one?
Yes. So tell me where I'm going wrong. The town council, I make a motion for the town council to direct the administration to enter into discussions with the applicant regarding alternative solutions to the requested zone change, including any potential settlement agreement by negotiation or mediation that may be considered by the town council. The details of such negotiations or mediation are to be worked out by the town administrator, town solicitor, and approved by the town council.
That's fine.
And then
You're going to continue this hearing and public hearing to a date for 2 weeks?
we'll continue this hearing for 2 weeks, but how about the motion before us, though? The issue before us will be tabled, or will it be continued?
I think the motion is fine the way it is, as long as we then address this hearing. And just authorizing that process to be presented. I probably shouldn't interrupt you, but I think that motion is fine, as long as we can.
Mike.
As long as we then have a second motion to deal with this hearing and this petition and continue that to the same date. So you want that by January 5th? You want that information?
That would be great if we could get that that quick. That'd be
Well,
great.
it's going to be, the process is going to be presented to you.
Right, I want the process, I want to agree on the process
By
by
January
January
5th.
5th.
You could act on that.
So that's a motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alf.
Yes.
And now you would need a motion to continue this matter, item B, both the public hearing and the discussion vote of action to January 5th. Unless, I think you should probably do it to January 5th at this point. Because if you didn't get what you want on January 5th, you want to be able to act on this.
And then on January 5th, we could decide if we want to table it or not.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Does that satisfy Mr.?
Yeah, that's fine. That sounds. I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing for item 2 to a date certain of January 5th, 2026.
And also item 1. Item 1 and 2, both the public hearing and the discussion.
Item 1 and 2.
Did you mean B? You meant B? Is that what you meant?
Yes, B1 and B2, so yes.
So that matter is completely continued, Madam Clerk.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alf.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good night. Happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right, discussion by council vote or other action on payment of bills. Anyone have any questions?
I did not. I don't
No.
know where I put it though.
John, you're all set?
I am, thank you.
All right, we need Rebecca back here.
We just want to wrap this up. Sorry.
Paging Rebecca. She heard me.
Bills.
I didn't get a payment bill. No.
All right. Anyone have any questions on the payment of bills?
I did not.
That's pretty quick. Read it that quick.
I mean, I feel like I can't comment on payment of bills if I didn't get it. I don't receive the town council packet. I didn't get it. I don't have it. I just checked my email. It's okay. I'll look through it and, I mean, I could always just recuse myself because I wasn't able to look at the information.
All right, anyone want to accept the payment of bills or approve the payment of bills?
I will make a motion to approve the payment of bills for December 15th, 2025, in the amount of $3,023,830.92.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Oh, second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
I'll have to recuse.
Sorry. Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Right. Open forum. Open forum pursuant to 42-46-6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. Anyone wish to speak? No? Anyone?
You don't know.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.